Good morning. This is a continuation of case number 9645, Baltimore Gas on Electric's multi-year rate application. We are on the record. Before we begin with additional cross-examination of BGE witnesses this morning, do any of the parties have any matters to bring to the chair's attention?
Yes, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Corse, good morning.
Good morning. BGE has 4 exhibits it would like marked for identification. The first 2 exhibits are Company Exhibit 70 and 71. These are questions that Staff Counsel had yesterday about the 22% reduction in the average residential bill. These are data requests that were provided in the case and has been shared with everyone, and we just want those marked for identification.
Those 2 exhibits are so marked, 70 and 71.
Thank you. And then we have 2 additional exhibits, Company Exhibits 72 and 73, that we would like marked for identification. These are the exhibits Mr. Case spoke about yesterday relating to the alternative stride proposal, and which Ms. Fiery and Ms. Fajos will testify about. But we want to get them to the witnesses and to all the parties.
Okay, those 2 exhibits are marked as BGE 72 and 73.
Thank you. That's it for us.
Thank you. The company, any other items? Hearing none, the company may call its next witness.
Yes, good morning. Company calls Mr. Biagiotti to the stand.
The witness, please turn on his microphone and please raise his right hand and wait for the court reporter.
I can't hear anything if she's speaking.
Court reporter, we could see you, and it appears that your microphone is on, but we have no audio from you. We can't hear you at all, Linda. Let's see, maybe, and your microphone is open. It might be a hardware issue on your end. Oh, let's see. See, can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
Let's try.
There we go.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, now.
Sorry.
Okay.
Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning, Mr. Biagiotti. Please state your name and business address for the record.
My name is Robert Biagiotti, Vice President, Electric Distribution for Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, and my business address is 1068 North Front Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21202.
Okay, and Mr. Biagiotti, do you have before you a document entitled The Direct Testimony of Robert D. Biagiotti, dated May 15, 2020, consisting of 27 pages and 1 attachment, previously marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 12?
Yes, I do.
And do you also have before you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Robert Biagiotti in this case, dated September 11, 2020, consisting of 11 pages and previously marked for identification purposes as Company Exhibit 13?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Biagiotti, were Company Exhibits 12 and 13 prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, they were.
And have you had an opportunity to review Exhibits 12 and 13 in this case?
Yes, I have.
And do you have any revisions to either Company Exhibit 12 or 13?
No, I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today that were in your sworn testimony that constitute Exhibits 12 and 13, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
At this time, Mr. Biagiotti is available for examination.
We'll begin with examination by Office of People's Counsel.
Good morning, Mr. Biagiotti. No questions for the witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
We'll turn to examination by staff counsel for the Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. I'm Michael Dean, staff attorney. As part of your responsibilities, does that include performing corrective maintenance on the 4 kV electric system?
Yes, it does.
Could you discuss whether this system has much greater corrective maintenance than the 12 kV system?
So by its design nature, 4 kV does present challenges in terms of its operation. It is very different than our 13 kV system. It does require a higher degree of corrective maintenance and attention overall. And so, yes, I would say it does.
Thank you. On page 26 of your direct testimony, you discuss your budgets for storms and crews for storms.
Yes.
Do you maintain extra personnel to allow the company to assist other utility companies for storms in their service territories?
No, our staffing is meant to meet our storm needs in any given year.
Thank you. Do you currently have any crews assisting in Louisiana and neighboring states as a result of Hurricane Delta right now?
No, I do not.
All right. Thank you. Your Honor, staff has no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Ralph?
Yes, I would like to move Company Exhibits 12 and 13 into evidence this time.
The exhibits are so moved. Mr. Biagiotti's direct and rebuttal testimony moved into evidence. Any redirect, Mr. Ralph?
No, Your Honor.
Do commissioners have any questions of the witness? Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Mr. Biagiotti. I had a question regarding your rebuttal on page 2. There you discuss, in response to OPC witness Larkin Connolly, you discuss a BGE strategy to transfer skilled gas system maintenance work from contractors to in-house resources. Could you expand a little more on this BGE strategy? What's the rationale for it and why the company is proceeding this way?
Absolutely. So as we address the needs on our gas operations system, we take a look at the balance of resources, both in-house company resources as well as contractors. And as time has gone on, we've determined that more direct BGE skilled labor in this area, badged employees, if you will, would be beneficial to the continued safe operation of the gas system. And so as such, we have plans put forth to hire on additional BGE personnel. And in the context of my testimony in the executive category that I'm responsible for, I need to ensure that those employees have the right tooling on their trucks and equipment. And so my part of the plan reflects the support for that area.
Okay, so do you know if this is a fairly new strategy, or is it in response to, well, let me start with that. Is it a fairly new strategy?
No, Commissioner. I would say that this has been an evolution of our work over the last several years. I myself had the opportunity and privilege to be Vice President of Gas Operations several years ago. And in that time, we began our work to address system needs. And at that time, we actually started to increase our labor resources, including company personnel. And so we've been slowly evolving this work. This is just the next stage in this journey. And so, no, I would say it's not a new item. It's part of our continuous mission to ensure the safe operation of the gas system.
Okay, so what do you think and if this is going too far into something that's confidential, let me know. But what do you think is the long-term strategy for this? What's the end point of the strategy? Is it to no longer use contractors, or to cut down on it, or what does the company see as the goal here?
Yeah, that would be hard for me to speculate that far in advance what our long-term strategy is. But I would say it's a continuous journey. And for the moment, the plan reflects the need for more company resources here. What we'll need in 4 or 5 years is I couldn't speculate at this time.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Biagiotti.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Biagiotti.
Morning.
So I'm looking at page 5 of your rebuttal testimony.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, and it talks about your methodology for determining new business, and you say that you look at your historical work volumes, you adjust it for known commercial and residential developments, and then further adjust based on predicted economic activity. Can you please tell me how you predict economic activity?
Absolutely. So we have the benefit each and every day to have a large staff of professionals meeting with and talking with commercial and residential developers literally on a day-to-day basis, discussing what their needs are going to be in the short term as well as over the next several years. And so we look at a number of different factors when we put together our plan. Forecasted economic activity is part of it. But quite honestly, the single biggest determinant is what our developers are telling us so that we can meet their needs. And I'd say that right now they continue to be very optimistic about their development expectations and forecasts over the next several years. And so that's the biggest driver, is what our customers are telling us. And my job is to meet them when they tell us that they're ready for them.
Okay, how is that different from known large and commercial residential developments? I mean, isn't that what is measurably different between? Is it because you've already started the known large commercial and residential developments? Because it sounds like it's pretty much the same conversation. Those two items are the same conversation.
So I would say that there's in some regards, the larger projects take several years to build out, and so they give us their timeframes and schedules. In other cases, they're forecasting, say, residential development. A large commercial builder could say that they have an expectation of so many units that they expect to develop over the next 2 to 3 years. may not know exactly specifically where they're at, but they're giving me a sense of the volumes that they expect to develop. And so based on that and what our historical pricing is, I'm able to put forth a plan.
Do you look at any economic projections, sort of more general, other than what your developers are telling you, but just general economic developments? You know, for example, that you know, we're in the middle of a pandemic-based downturn. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you a little bit better, Commissioner. Thank you. I'm sorry, you were a little garbled there.
Sorry, I thought I had conquered my my headphone problem, but apparently not. Can you hear me now?
That's much better, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. So, do you use any external economic predictors as a, you know, I in terms of, you know, what's going on in the general economy? Say we're in the middle of a pandemic-related economic downturn. Does that play into your growth projections and economic projections?
Understood. We definitely are monitoring those trends and economic predictors. But to be fair, in my line of work, it's really hard to speculate. I have to call balls and strikes where I see them. And while I do monitor that data, what's far more valuable to me are what my customers are telling me that they need. And when they are giving us their forecasts and their expectations, that's a far more critical data point.
Okay. My next question is about the Pay It Forward program, and you have modified your testimony to remove it from 2020 and go to, I'm sorry, right, and then reduce the budget by 50% in 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Right. And what happens if the commission hypothetically didn't approve the Pay It Forward plan?
Understood. Well, if the plan were not approved, I would go back to my team. We would rework our plan, and I would meet with the executive team and discuss what changes that would lead to the overall portfolio. But I would adjust my plan accordingly based on that scenario.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a little bit more on, if you would, on the Pay It Forward program. So the Pay It Forward program will be in rate base in 2021, correct?
That would be my understanding. That's probably a question better for Mr. Vahos.
Seems like Mr. Vahos is the receiver of many funds these days, but I get it. We'll ask him, but I'm curious, if we approve this provision in this rate case, are we giving precedential approval of the Pay It Forward program that we have a case pending on?
Yeah. Once again, I can't speak to the policy nature of it. My plan's predicated on that plan being approved and me having my resources ready to perform the work.
Well, let me ask you this way: Did you
Sure.
consider an adjustment to your testimony that would have put it in 2022 instead of 2021? That way, the pendency of the other case may have been resolved.
Yeah. So my understanding is based on when that's likely to be ruled upon in 2021, it made sense to keep that work in 2021.
So you didn't consider putting it in 2022?
Based on my understanding of the timing, no, we did not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. I want to ask a question similar to what I asked Mr. Apate yesterday. Your role as a distribution planner, and I'm just looking at it's page 7 of your direct testimony, and you talk about a 5-year budget, 5-year plan that goes into the budget. And I was specifically interested in some of the new business categories. It looks like on page 8, it talks, in the tables, there's a pretty, healthy increase in the capital spend in the new business category for electric, and also in the O&M budget. Looking at kind of a little more detail on this on page 17, one of the items that you look at, emergent technologies, electric vehicles, distribution generation, e.g. solar, and you also talk about 5G. Can you just give me maybe a little more detail you see in this multi-plan going forward as the company supports some of Maryland's environmental climate change goals, particularly in the area of distributed energy resources, solar, and how you see supporting the electric vehicle goals for the state in that plan?
Yes, Commissioner. Thank you. So as you point out in my testimony, my new business electric plan does involve a number of different elements beyond just residential and commercial service extension. So as you know, part of my plan is to meet the needs of new 5G and other emerging technologies. It is also to meet the needs of our distributed energy, solar, and that is part of the plan. We're very optimistic that we'll see growth in those categories down the road. We've spent a lot of time building out capabilities to meet customer needs in a very timely manner. And I put into the plan that my expectation is we'll see growth in those areas, so that when customers come to us and say they want to install something like a solar panel, that we're there to meet them in a very timely manner. So that is built into the plan. I'm optimistic for it, and we're here to support it. I think there's other elements of the plan that also reflect our goals in terms of the environment. Whether it's solar or whether it's things like street lights, part of the plan is to help customers convert less efficient, older styles of street lights to LED. We're there to meet their needs as soon as they're ready. And I feel like it's going to be a huge opportunity for our customers over the next several years, and much more environmentally friendly.
Great. And also, you're responsible for AMI and just the O&M costs related to AMI. And then also, if I read your testimony correctly, you look at customer, a growing part of your role. Can you tell me a little bit how you see services, enhanced services, not just for company operations, but for services to the customer?
I apologize. You broke up a little bit, but I think I got the gist of the question. So if I don't answer it, please just stop me. So I believe what I heard was, how do I see our AMI system factoring into the future? I'm very excited the fact that we have an AMI system that's as robust as it is. I think it lends opportunities across the board to enhance the safe and reliable operation of the system. I think probably the largest item I can point to there is the possibility of expanding smart nodes on our streetlight assets that we help maintain, that tie back to that system, that provide enormous benefit to customers in a number of different areas. That's probably the single biggest area that we see technology advancements just starting to come out. We're ready to adopt those and get them out there. I think there's other things that AMI system will help tie together, whether it's a new ADMS system down the road or other operational capabilities. So I'm very excited to have that as a resource, and our commitment will put it to its full use.
Right. Do you, with this planning process, like third parties and other interested stakeholders, know that there is interest in the PC44 about how this information can be made available to third parties through Green Button and other means?
Okay. Was there a question there, Commissioner? I may have missed it.
Asking, do you work with third parties in the development of these plans and how you're going to use the AMI system?
Yes, thank you for clarifying. So we do work with third parties as the technology develops quite a bit in innovation space to understand what's evolving. Relay from our technical expertise what would be good to have in these products. We talk to our industry peers quite a bit, and also the communities that we serve are a big part of that as well, right? Because we want to marry what the technology experts are saying they can provide with what customers actually want. So yes, we're quite plugged into a lot of external stakeholders in that regard.
Great, and you feel confident that multi-year rate plan that you're putting forward will support a lot of these technologies and some of the initiatives we're talking about?
Absolutely, I'm very confident.
Right.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I think that timing was fortunate. We may have lost Commissioner Richard at this point. Commissioner, can you still hear us? Okay, well, luckily that was his last question. Do the parties have any questions based on the Commissioner's questioning?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Hearing none, the witness is excused. Thank you, Mr. Biagiotti.
Thank you, Chair.
The company should call its next witness.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Daniel Herson. Can you hear me and see me all right?
There we go. Yes, Mr. Herson.
Okay. The company calls Mark Warner as its next witness.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Warner. Please raise your right hand and wait for the court reporter.
Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Morning, Mr. Warner. Can you please state your full name, title, and business address for the record, please?
Good morning. My name is Gable Associates. Our business address is 417 Denison Avenue, Highland Park, New Jersey.
Mr. Warner, do you have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony of Mark Warner on behalf of Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, dated April 24th, 2020, consisting of 57 pages, which has been pre-marked as BGE Exhibit 14?
I do.
And Mr. Warner, do you also have before you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Mark Warner on behalf of Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, dated September 11th, 2020, consisting of 21 pages, which has been pre-marked as BGE Exhibit 15?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Warner, were these testimonies prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any corrections that you would like to make to these testimonies? If I were to ask you the same questions today as are asked of you in these testimonies, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And did you answer the questions in these testimonies to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd like to have BG Exhibits 14 and 15 moved into the evidentiary record.
With no objection, BGE Exhibits 14 and 15 are moved into evidence.
And Your Honor, I'd like to conduct some brief rejoinder with Mr. Warner, if that's all right.
You may.
Mr. Warner, can you please turn to pages 26 and 27 of Staff Witness McAuliffe's rebuttal testimony?
I'm with you.
Starting on the bottom of page 26, Mr. McAuliffe has asked the question, Witness Warner has clarified that the managed charging case presented is intended to represent an extreme condition. Do you believe this is appropriate? In response, on the top of page 27, Mr. McAuliffe says, no, I do not understand why Witness Warner chose to provide an extreme example. to contrast the natural charging scenario. Excuse me. However, I do not believe it is appropriate to use that example to provide a benefit cost analysis or BCA to the Commission. If Witness Warner did wish to provide this extreme example, it should have been noted that it was an extreme example to highlight the contrast between the two scenarios. I recommend that Witness Warner provide an estimate of what charging habits may be with a managed charging scenario based on real-world data collected from time-of-use rate pilots or other measures taken around the country to influence residential EV charging habits. This would provide more realistic data and make the BCA analysis more robust. Do you see that passage, Mr. Warner?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you have a response to Mr. McAuliffe's observations on this point?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Mr. McAuliffe is suggests, first of all, that I pick a scenario between natural and managed charging cases and use that as the basis for analysis. And then secondly, he's suggesting that I use real-world statistics to characterize customers' charging behavior. So addressing that second point first, that's exactly what we did. We used real-world data. I worked with BGE to get statistics from their residential chargers as to when people were charging over the last year in the absence of a financial incentive to modify their behavior. That was a good snapshot of what we felt would be natural charging. Those statistics were used as the basis for the calculation. So I believe that we've done the analysis consistent with his recommendation about using real-world statistics. Now, responding to the first point that he made, in order for me to select a scenario between the natural and the managed charging cases, I would have to speculate about where to find that midpoint. I'd have to speculate on two things. What's at issue here is not the customer behavior, because as I just described, we're using real-world statistics to characterize that. But I'd have to speculate on how big the managed charging program is in the market. And in order to do that, I'd have to make guesses about what the utility wanted to offer for those managed charging programs over the next 15 years. And I'd essentially have to prejudge the Commission's decisions about what they would approve on those managed charging programs. I didn't feel that that kind of speculation was reasonable. I thought it would actually create a significant vulnerability for the analysis because it would be a big assumption that I'd have to make without a lot of basis to go behind it. So what I did in the face of that was that I looked at the boundary cases. We characterized the societal cost test when there's, in the natural case, when there's no managed charging, and in the managed charging case where that behavior is dominant. And then we can rest assured that there are two things going on. One is that real world outcomes would be between those two reference points. And that secondly, in no event would I expect the societal cost test to be less than what we observed in the natural case, because that's basically the worst case in terms of grid loading. So I think we did respond to his concerns about using real world statistics and that I wasn't comfortable speculating on picking a midpoint and thought that the analysis would be if I identified the boundary conditions, and then the Commission could know that real world results would fall within those two reference points.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warner. And one more question. Staying on that same page of Mr. McAuliffe's rebuttal testimony, and this time I'm down at line 19. He states the following: Witness Warner only discusses the impact of my adjustments to Witness Warner's analysis of the societal BCA and not the portfolio impact. While Witness Warner's concerns may be valid for the societal impacts, the cost of BG's portfolio will largely stay the same no matter the EV adoption rate. And on the top of page 28, he says, as I noted in my direct testimony, BG's portfolio BCA with electric cost and emissions impacts dropped from 2.63 to 2.44 with my modest changes. You see that passage, Mr. Warner?
Yes, I do.
And do you have a response to this point made by Mr. McAuliffe?
Yes, thank you. So in his original testimony, Mr. McAuliffe had done a sensitivity analysis, and he was changing the number of electric vehicles that would be on the road, which is one of the primary inputs to the model. in his original testimony, he had noted changes in both the societal cost test and the portfolio test. In my response, in my rebuttal, I focused on the societal cost test outcome because that was by far the larger of the two impacts. So I was focusing on the societal cost test impact that he had raised. What's at issue here is that when you change one of the primary inputs, that affects both the benefits and the costs in the model. And you need to keep those in lockstep when making adjustments. So in his analysis, he had reduced the benefits to go along with reducing the number of vehicles, but he kept the costs the same. And the cost that would need to be changed in this case is the cost for all of the charging infrastructure in the market to support the vehicles in that revised forecast. I'm not talking about the cost associated with the BGE program. I agree with the point that he made in his rebuttal testimony that that would remain the same in either case. That's the way I did that analysis. But when looking at the societal impacts for changing the number of vehicles, you have to look at both the impacts on the benefits and the cost. When you do that analysis that way, you get a very different outcome. The societal cost outcome in the natural case for the original forecast was 2.12. When you make the revision using a revised forecast, keeping the cost and benefit changes in lockstep, it goes down to 2.01, which is not as big as of an impact. He then he notes that because as was just indicated in the passage that Mr. Herson read, he said that while witness Warner's concerns may be valid for the societal impacts case, that was in fact the case that I was addressing in my rebuttal. Now in his rebuttal, he then goes on to focus on the portfolio outcome, which under his analysis would go from 2.63 to 2.44. I didn't double check that analysis, but I do want to point out that just taking that outcome at face value, that's a 7% change in the benefit cost ratio. And the change that was made to the vehicle forecast results in 40% fewer vehicles on the road in 2035. So in this case, what we're talking about is a 7% change in outcome to go along with a 40% change in inputs. I wouldn't normally consider that to represent a hypersensitivity. In fact, quite the opposite.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Mr. Warner is now available for cross-examination.
We'll begin the examination by counsel for Maryland Office of People's Counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Anna Ryan for the Maryland Office of People's Counsel. And good morning, Mr. Warner. Thank you for your time today. I appreciate your availability to answer questions. I do want to ask you some questions about the different tests that you performed. There's a lot of technical jargon in the various testimony about electric vehicles. And as someone who comes from a more literary background, I want to make sure that I'm correctly understanding all the nuances of all the testimony that's in the record in this case. And before we get started, as a side note, just for the benefit of the parties, the commission, and in particular the court reporter, I'm going to make an effort to identify acronyms and make sure they're identified correctly as we go through this process. There are a lot of acronyms, and it will just help clear up any confusion later on if we make sure that we get a clear record as we're doing this today. So I'm going to ask for your help in that as we move forward.
Thank you.
And I'd like to start with a big picture question that's come up in a variety of testimony throughout this case, and that is the coronavirus pandemic and the economic sort of fallout from that. And you do address this a couple times in your testimony, so I just wanted to sort of follow up on that a little bit. And my initial question is, given the instability right now, particularly with respect to the economy, would you agree that current assumptions in your tests might at some point need to be reassessed?
Well, of course, this is a test based on a snapshot on time, and new information may motivate changes in results. However, there are some general trends, as I was just discussing regarding the sensitivity around the COVID analysis. For a lot of these primary variables, like the number of vehicles on the road, the cost and benefits tend to stay in relative lockstep. So certainly, it's always worth assessing changes in key data But my observation from doing this in several different jurisdictions is that there are some general trends that emerge. Now, specifically regarding COVID, this analysis was started at the end of 2019. We were finishing it at the beginning of the first quarter. So, of course, at that point, we were not aware of what's transpired over the last 6 months or so. My original forecast did not reflect what the possible implications of COVID might be. As I just mentioned, though, in response to questions that were raised by Mr. McAuliffe, we did do a sensitivity analysis around that. And even with adjusting that forecast significantly, it didn't have a huge impact in the results for the reasons that I noted, because the cost and benefits on those primary inputs tend to drive similar impacts on cost and benefits together. Did that address your question?
That does help. And so what I'm wondering next is that sort of going forward, as things may or may not continue to change, obviously there are a lot of unknowns at this point. What kind of criteria might you use for reassessing the situation? For example, would it be on a regular basis, such as maybe yearly? Should we reassess? Or is there some sort of trigger point in sort of a change of metrics that might lead you to think that a reassessment is necessary?
To be honest, it's really not a decision. It's up to the company as to when and how they want to redo this analysis. So I would defer to a company witness on when and how often they would want to do updates. But in terms of your technical question about what criteria you might look for, there are a lot of inputs to this model. Some of them have much more impact than others. The results are more sensitive to some inputs on others. So I think it would be worth trying to understand, have there been significant changes in some of the inputs that mattered? And that would be a consideration, I think, in understanding, the timing of when you might look at it again. And if something really fundamentally new that's come up, this analysis was very robust. We've been working with the company for over a year, so there's a fairly solid understanding of the expected cost for the program. This model's been under development for over 3 years, so we have a pretty good understanding. It's been honed from experience in multiple jurisdictions about how this will impact the market. And so I think this is a fairly substantial assessment based on what we know today. And it reflects what we know today, and therefore I think it's a good representation of the question that we were asked to address. And we could always refine that moving forward, but I would be surprised if it generated fundamentally different results than what we've seen so far.
Okay. And are there any specific inputs that might have a bigger impact that, if there was a large change, you would recommend, change in that input means maybe reassessing?
Well, obviously, as was already discussed, the forecast of how many vehicles on the road is a key one, but that ends up not having as much impact as you might expect, as we already discussed. The other one is just statistics about charging behaviors from customers. We've done that based on, in essence, the first year's worth of data as the program has started to ramp up, and obviously more information there would be helpful. What I have found, though, from doing this in a couple of other places, especially in jurisdictions where there's a little bit more history, is that once you get past the first year, additional data just increases certainty about what you already know, rather than indicate something fundamentally new. So I'd be surprised if that wasn't the case here. So I think in general, given the significant amount of data and experience that's gone into this already, that additional information and additional analysis would add to what we know, but I would be surprised if it substantially changed the findings that we've come to in this analysis.
All right. Next, I'd like to dig into some of the specifics of your testimony, and I'd like to start on page 3 of your direct testimony.
Okay, I'm there.
Sure. And I'm looking at the first question at the top of the page there. Have you prepared a BCA in your direct testimony? And BCA stands for benefit cost analysis, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if I understand your answer correctly, you say you did the ABCA, and then you also conducted merit tests for each of the offerings. Is that correct?
Correct.
So what I'm wondering is, it appears that throughout your testimony, you refer to your merit test specifically as merit test and not as BCA. So what is the distinction between a merit test and a BCA?
Thank you for asking that question, because a lot of this testimony has, to be honest, really been about what we call things, and what the details of those designations really imply. When I looked at the requirements in Order 88997, where the Commission established directives for the utilities to provide a benefit cost analysis, the way I interpreted that was to provide the Commission with insight on what the cost effectiveness would be, specifically as realized by the utilities ratepayers. So there were several terms tied up in there. Professionals in this field will draw distinctions between benefit cost effectiveness, ratepayer impact, and so on. There's not broad consensus on those. So for example, when I developed this analysis, I built primarily on precedents that I thought were the most relevant. So I cited two of them in my testimony. One is the California Transportation Electrification Assessment. They talked about benefit cost analysis and also talked about cost effectiveness in a way that was fairly synonymous. Similarly, I cited the work that had been done by NYSERDA. And the same way, they talked about benefit cost and cost effectiveness as fairly similar constructs. So my interpretation of Order 88997 was to focus on, as I interpreted it, specifically cost effectiveness as impacting non-participating ratepayers. And what I mean by that is that I felt that the essential regulatory question in this case is, what is the balance between the investments that are being made by non-participating ratepayers and the benefits that are being realized by those non-participating ratepayers? And when I say non-participating ratepayers, I mean everybody that pays a utility bill that doesn't have an EV, that's not directly benefiting from EV ownership. So to try and clarify language, and that's why I called them merit tests, to be honest, is because there were so many interpretations of what these things could mean. I defined a term as part of the testimony and described them as tests focused on what I just described. Now, the second thing that I'll add is that I really set about to answer two questions here. One was a question about cost effectiveness for non-participating ratepayers, specifically focused on the utilities program. And that merit test was designed to focus on that question. I also answered a completely separate question, which is focused on the value of electrification overall. And I call that the market-wide test. Now, the reason I did that test is because I think I think it's necessary in this case to provide some policy context that I thought would be a helpful context for the Commission. In that, if we're thinking about a utility program that encourages vehicle electrification, we first have to know whether vehicle electrification overall is beneficial. Because if vehicle electrification overall was not beneficial, then encouraging a utility program to support that outcome would not be considered beneficial either. Secondly, it's also worth knowing that when you consider the cost of the utility program as part of the overall market, does that overall beneficial nature of electrification change? And then thirdly, it's best to look at these different outcomes regarding natural and managed charging when you're looking at the market overall. So I had a set of merit tests that were designed to address the cost effectiveness specifically for non-participating ratepayers, specific to the utility program, and then a separate set of tests that looked at electrification overall to address the three questions that I just noted as context for considering the utility proposal. So that was, I know that was a long answer, but I thought it was worth trying to clarify some of those distinctions as you suggested.
Thank you. So I'm going to delve a little more into some of those issues that you just discussed. So the other thing I want to make sure that I understand correctly is that you applied a different merit test to each of the different offerings in BGE's electric vehicle pilot program. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I'm going to, put this in sort of teacher speak. Each offering is graded on different criteria.
They're graded on criteria that are appropriate to the offering. So again, continuing teacher speak, when I'm in French class, I get graded on how well I speak French. When I'm in math class, I get graded on how well I do math. So that was the approach taken in this case. These are customized merit tests per offer that reflect the impact each offer has on the market. So for example, a couple of the programs are focused on encouraging drivers to change when they charge. So we designed a merit test to capture the benefits associated with shifting that behavior. Others of the tests, for example, others of the offers, like the public charging offers, affect vehicle adoption. That's a completely different market impact. So we designed a test specific for the way that offer affects the market. So yes, each of the offers was graded on criteria that were appropriate for that offer based on my expectation of how they would impact the market.
Okay, so let's turn to page 28 of your testimony.
I'm there.
Sure. I'm looking at the question that starts on line 18. In the answer, you indicate that you also have conducted a merit test that considers the composite net benefits of the offerings. And I'm having a little bit of difficulty understanding how, if each offering is graded on a different criteria, how you create a composite score for that.
That's a good question. Thank you. Because once we do that assessment, we translate the impacts of each of the offers to currency, which is cost or benefits as expressed in the net present value of dollars. So although we're using different methods for assessing how they affect the market, we ultimately translate into a common currency, which in this case is currency, dollars. So it's therefore fairly easy to then aggregate the impacts of the different offers into an overall portfolio view.
Okay. Then I would like to turn to, let me find the page number, 39 of your direct testimony.
I'm there.
All right, and there is a chart at the top of page 39.
Yep.
And I believe this gives a little more information about sort of how the different offerings are graded. And so looking at the far right column, cost or benefit, that cost or benefit is a cost or benefit that accrues to the impacted population in the previous column, correct?
Correct.
And the impacted population for every scenario is ratepayers.
Yeah, and as per the distinctions we were just clarifying, it's the non-participating ratepayers, all the ratepayers that don't own electric vehicles. Because again, I felt the essential regulatory question that I was trying to provide insight on is how the ratepayers that don't own EVs are supporting the utility and making an investment, and what benefits that particular group then realizes in return.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, the merit tests that you conduct In the end, the BCA of each offering is based exclusively on its impact to ratepayers.
Non-participating ratepayers, yes.
Non-participating ratepayers. Okay. Now, I understand that you also identified the societal cost test as a good BCA for the purposes of your testimony. Did you apply the societal cost test or SCT to each offering individually?
No, as I referenced in my earlier discussion and also mentioned it in my testimony, the offer specific tests that we were just discussing, the scope there is just the utility programs and vehicles that are directly affected by those utility programs. The societal cost test, as I mentioned earlier, is trying to assess the effectiveness of electrification overall when the cost of the utility program is included. So we include the total cost plan for the utility program, but then all the costs and benefits that go along with all the vehicles that are anticipated to be on the road. So that's affecting a different set of populations. It's affecting the operating expense for people that own EVs. It's affecting emissions that are realized, or changes in emissions that are realized by the society at large, and so on. So it's a different set. It's a different design to go along with that different scope of assessment.
And am I correct in understanding that you did not apply any other BCA in the same way that you applied this as SCT?
That's correct. I did two looks at this elephant, if you will. One look that was market-wide in scope, that included the utility program, but also all the other things going on in the market, and then one just focused on the utility programs.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to move on to your rebuttal testimony now. And I want to start at page 9.
Okay, I'm there.
And there's a question that starts at line 10, and I want to look at part of your answer. If you look at line 14, there's a sentence that starts, for example. Would you read that sentence just to refresh everyone's recollection as to what you testified to?
Yeah, so on, on page 9, beginning on line 14, I say, for example, SCT benefits reflect the consequences of EV adoption, parentheses, through emissions, changes in EV owner operating costs, etc. Yet 3 of the 5 offers don't directly impact adoption, although they probably have secondary positive impact in that regard because they're focused on shifting charge technology or charge scheduling.
Okay, and just so we're all clear, you said 3 of the 5 offers don't directly impact adoption. Could you identify which 3 those are?
The offers associated with charge scheduling, which is actually, it's not 3, it's offers 1 and 2.
Okay, that's helpful. But you do agree that they could have some secondary impact?
Yes, I do think they have some secondary impact, but that's not captured as a benefit, although it probably should be. So, for example, in a poll that was, if you allow me to use this statistic, in a poll that was recently done here in New Jersey, prospective EV buyers were asked what their biggest barriers were. The second biggest barrier was concern about how they were going to charge their vehicles at home. And so utility programs that help address that barrier probably have some impact on vehicle adoption for that reason. However, it's hard, I think, because I tend to take a fairly conservative view on these kinds of things. So it's hard to estimate whether the existence of that kind of utility program was the determining factor that actually kicked that customer over into adopting. You'd have to account for free ridership issues and things like that. And there's just not a lot of good data on that yet. So I do, in my heart, I do think that they affect adoption, but I've not included that in the analysis because I don't see a rigorous way to account for it correctly.
But if you could account for it, you would be able to apply, for example, the SCT to those individual offerings?
Sure.
Okay. And I know that you mentioned free ridership, and I'm familiar with those terms. Free ridership and spillover from the energy efficiency realm. And you said there isn't sufficient data yet. Is that an indication that at some point there will be?
Maybe. It's taken us decades, I think, in the energy efficiency world to get to the point that there's because what you really need to determine that kind of thing is regression analysis, and to look at how individual customer decisions are impacted by the existence or lack of existence of a single thing. And it takes a lot of data to have high confidence regression analysis. So I think it would take some time. However, I think it's possible to recognize some structural characteristics and to understand, how the impact of a particular offer really affects customer outcomes. So as we were just talking about, offers that are designed to change when people charge, if you were to try and capture benefits from that were directly attributed to adoption, you would probably have a fairly high free readership or free ridership factor for the reasons that I just noted. So, you brought up line 10. The question that I was addressing there was, why didn't I do a societal cost test overall, looking at the specific offers rather than the entire market? I actually looked at that in detail, and for some of the reasons that we were just talking about, once you apply those free ridership considerations, you actually end up with a test that's very similar to the portfolio test that we were already doing. So in order to try and not have too many tests and make the model too complicated, I realized that the market-wide societal cost test, which is fairly comprehensive in nature, gives us one good perspective. And then the portfolio test, which rolls up the impacts of the individual offers, lets us look at the particular regulatory question about impact on ratepayers. Yeah, so let me just leave it there unless you have a further question.
Okay. Yeah, I just to follow up again, to put things in a little more layman's terms, to make sure I'm understanding the nuances. When it comes to, say, for example, applying the SCT to the individual offerings, because some have a direct impact and some have an impact on adoption that might not be measurable, you wouldn't be able to, say, compare apples to apples if you were, trying to apply that test to those offerings.
It's not so much that it's not apples to apples. It's that when you really walk through what the details of that look like, it's easy for that outcome to be misleading. So as I was just describing, when you look at this for the off-peak charging programs, which are offers 1 and 2, those don't contribute directly to adoption. The benefit comes from shifting the charging behavior, but that's what we've already captured in that merit test. When you look at the multifamily offer, which is offer 3, there you can claim some benefits for adoption, because in general, if you're living in an apartment complex or a condominium and your landlord won't let you put in a charger, you're probably not going to buy an electric vehicle unless you have another alternative. So I think it's fair in that case that the availability of the utility provided solution does enable adoption, and then we can take credit for emissions value and impacts on electricity costs and so on. But that's exactly what that merit test already does. And then same thing when you look at the public charging offers. Again, that one does affect adoption. That doesn't have anything to do with when people charge. It just gives people comfort that they won't be stranded when they're out on the road. And that has been cited continuously as the #1 barrier for many people. So having more fast chargers on the road helps increase adoption. And therefore, it's fair to pull through the impact of those public chargers based on the number of vehicles that are enabled by a more comprehensive public charging environment. But again, that's exactly what the current merit test does. So when I looked at trying to do an SCT style test, but after accounting for the very difficult free ridership issues that apply in each case, you basically end up at something very similar to the portfolio test that I was already doing. So in the spirit of trying not to just stack up, redundant tests, I did the two that I described.
Okay. So what I'm taking from this is that overall, your approach is that each offering is so unique that it has to be evaluated based on specific criteria for it.
That's correct. Yeah, they each have a different impact on the market, and that needs to be reflected in the analysis. That doesn't mean that there aren't some common principles across how we would do that, but the details do differ.
Okay. Let's move on now then to page 18 of your SIR rebuttal.
Page 18 of my rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, 18 of your rebuttal.
You had me panic a little bit. I didn't remember writing one of those, so.
Sorry about that.
Yes.
So there's a question about your application of the SCT that starts on line 22. And again, just to refresh everyone as to the content of your testimony, could you read the sentence that starts on line 26, right after the lowercase a?
Sure. The purpose of the market-wide SCT is to quantify the net benefit cost impact of vehicle electrification overall, not just the impact of the BGE programs.
So I'm trying to reconcile your previous statement that each of the offerings needs to have its own specific test with your application of the SCT to a market-wide analysis, and not simply to BGE's pilot program.
Thank you. Yeah, I can understand where that confusion comes from, and I think it goes back to what I'd said in my earlier remarks, which is recognizing that I'm trying to address two completely different questions. And I think some of the confusion arises out of assuming that I'm just trying to answer one question two different ways. That's not the case. I'm trying to answer two completely different questions. One set of questions is around the cost effectiveness of the specific utility programs for the non-participating ratepayers. In particular, the merit tests are designed to assess whether the benefits realized by non-EV owners, ratepayers, balance against the costs that are being carried by those ratepayers. That's one set of questions, and that's what the offer-specific tests are for. Separately, I'm looking at the value of electrification overall so that we can understand the threshold questions of, is electrification overall beneficial? Does the inclusion of the utility costs, program costs, interfere with that beneficial outcome? And to understand on a market-wide basis the differences in managed versus natural charging. So yeah, I think the confusion comes out of thinking that I'm trying to answer one question two different ways. That's not the case. I'm answering two different questions, each of which has a different scope. And the questions are intended to respond to different issues.
Okay. And you referenced earlier the Commission's order establishing the pilot program, and I'm order 88997. And I'm curious as to your interpretation, since you said you were answering two questions. Which one of those questions did the Commission pose in that order?
So let me just quote a key part of that. What that order says is that the Commission expects the utilities to include a detailed cost-benefit assessment through a traditional test or a combination of tests to substantiate empirically all cost expenditures related to EV charging programs. my interpretation of that charge was to deal with what I described earlier as the essential regulatory question about how non-participating ratepayers would bear costs associated with that program and what the benefits they would receive as a result of that program. So that charge, I believe, goes along with the merit test that I described for the individual offers and in the portfolio of those offers. So all the offer-specific tests, I think, are a robust response to my interpretation of that order. In addition, I provided the second question, and I did that because I've found from doing this in numerous territories that those threshold questions come up. So in the EE world, for example, commissions have been doing that literally for decades. So there's fairly widely accepted conventional wisdom that energy efficiency is good, and we sort of don't need to spend time talking about that. That's not the case for the EV world. This is a much newer market. It's more complicated in some ways, and that I found that it's worthwhile to address some of those threshold questions and to provide that policy context along with addressing the specific questions about the utilities programs. So that's why I did it that way.
And again, just to be sure I'm clear, your merit tests are tests that you devised for this proceeding?
It's actually very similar to the tests that I've used in other cases as well. And I designed those tests based on precedent. As I described earlier, I've looked at every study that I can find where benefit cost and cost effectiveness have been assessed. I noted in particular the California Transportation Electrification Assessment, specifically Part 2, and the analysis that was done in NYSERDA, and other studies like that. And I distilled the principles from those studies and then used that in the design of these merit tests. So this was not something I just sort of cooked up on my own. This was my attempt to, number one, adapt my experience doing benefit cost analysis for energy efficiency programs and the experience of others in my firm, and adapting that to the world of electric vehicles as guided by other activities that I thought represented good precedent.
Has anybody else adopted your merit tests in other types of proceedings?
Not in a formal way, not in the sense that the commission has rendered an opinion one way or the other. It's been used in a variety of settings. It was used for PEPCO in DC. I did a very, very similar analysis using a very similar design, and that study was included as part of the filing in the District of Columbia. Portions of that filing were ultimately approved for the utility there. I did a very, very similar analysis for the state of Delaware. Same thing, the results of that analysis were submitted formally as part of that proceeding. That proceeding was then settled, and part of that program was approved in that case. I did a very, very similar analysis for PSEG Long Island in New York, specific to the Long Island territory. My merit test, basically the two-part analysis and the merit test and so on, were very similar in that case. And that was submitted by the utility as part of their utility 2.0 filing as part of the REV proceeding. That program in New York was proposed or was approved almost entirely in the form that it was proposed. So I did get a lot of discovery in all three of those cases. We responded to those discoveries, but as I mentioned, the programs were approved. None of those commissions formally ruled on the methodology, but they accepted the programs that were proposed. I'm currently in the process. I've used an identical methodology to prepare an analysis for an EV program being proposed by Atlantic City Electric here in New Jersey. I provided a complete model, almost identical to the BGE model, and provided written testimony, and we've been going through discovery and response and everything on that. We're about halfway through that process here in New Jersey now. So really, it's just been a nature of the process that no commission has formally ruled on the methodology, but I've I've either am working or have recently worked with 8 different utilities in 5 different states, and the same methodology has been used in all those cases.
Okay. So if I were to go look among, say, industry publications or various, relevant sources of information, I would not find your specific merit tests, included among the various types of tests that are generally applied.
Well, you would find, as I just mentioned, you would find where this analysis was used in various proceedings. So if you go and look in New York, you can see my analysis and the study report attached as part of that filing. What you would find is other precedent, other examples, as the 2 that I've mentioned, California and NYSERDA, that did things that were very similar to what I've done in this case. But my objective here was not to propose an industry standard. That was not my goal. That was not my charge. I was asked to prepare a benefit cost analysis based on my experience doing this in multiple places, based on my understanding of precedent of where similar things have been done, and then applying that as appropriate in this particular case.
So you've referenced a couple of times California and the New York CERTA, and can you just give us an idea of what other tests they reference? And we've mentioned the societal cost test. What other types of tests might we see them reference?
The 3 that came up the most are a societal cost test, which is typically used to try and assess impact on society overall. A RIM test, a ratepayer impact measure test, which is typically used to try and estimate the cost effectiveness as seen by ratepayers. And that's a fairly commonly used test. In both the studies that I just mentioned, they did a RIM test for the EV programs in question. And the other one that is sometimes done is a PCT, a participant cost test. And that really looks at what the impact is for the participant, which in this case would approximately be the EV driver. The reason I say approximately is because, for example, in the multifamily offer or the public charging offer, the EV driver is not actually the customer of the program. The customer of the program is someone installing the charging infrastructure, which is then used by the EV driver. So that's an example of where sort of a blind application of the traditional participant cost test can get a little complicated when you've actually got a less direct connection involved. I would say that the societal cost test, the RIM test are the 2 primary tests, and to a lesser degree, the participant cost test.
Okay. But when you looked at the individual offerings, you chose not to apply any of those traditional tests.
Well, as we've discussed, I use the general approach for the societal cost test for that particular assessment. I think my application of that test was fairly standard. There was one deviation from that, which I can discuss if you're interested. But it was, there's about a dozen different factors that go into that test, and my application and design of that was consistent with a typical SCT test. My design of the individual merit test are very much like a RIM test. A RIM test is designed to assess cost effectiveness impact on ratepayers. And I'll readily acknowledge that my test is very similar to that. I didn't call it a RIM test, though, because it's not perfectly identical. The main way that the RIM test is different is that I included emissions impact on ratepayers. Because I felt my goal here was to assess impact on ratepayers overall, and that includes impacts on their bill, but also impacts on their health. And I think it's widely recognized that one of the primary motivations for electric vehicles is it cleans the air. That has a positive and beneficial health impact, including an impact on the ratepayer. So I didn't call it a RIM test, although it is very similar, because I included that emissions impact in that evaluation. But recognizing that, a classic RIM test would not include emissions, I did provide a sensitivity, as you'll note in my testimony, where I pulled that emissions out, and that sensitivity is very close, I believe, to a standard rim test.
Okay, I'm not quite sure I heard your direct answer to my question. So just to make sure I understand, you made modifications and created your own test, but you did not apply any of the traditional tests to the to BGE's offerings.
No, I applied the standard SCT test as adapted for the world of electric vehicles. Again, it's important to realize these tests are predominantly defined for the energy efficiency market. So if I'm doing a benefit cost analysis for an EE program, I can open up any of several references, and the details of exactly how to do that are laid out. There are detailed manuals numbering in the hundreds of pages about exactly what the protocols are. Everything down to the lifetime and so on are all specified. That does not exist for the EV world yet. So whenever we talk about applying a standard test, there is not yet a standard test specifically for electric vehicles. So what we're left to do is, number one, take those EE tests and adapt them for the electric vehicle market. I mean, for example, there's nothing in the EE world that talks about how many miles a car drives, but that's something that we have to take into consideration. So number one, I've adapted the EE tests to make sense in the EV world. And I've done that based on precedents that I thought were meaningful, including their use of the societal cost test, as well as the RIM test, where they're assessing ratepayer impacts.
Okay, so I asked if you applied any of the tests that California and New York have mentioned and that you've discussed to BGE's offerings. You answered that you applied the SCT to the market as a whole. Did you apply any of the tests from California or New York that you've referenced to BGE's specific offerings?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, both those studies did multiple tests. One was the SCT, which I just addressed. Both those studies also did RIM tests. And the RIM tests were really conceptually the primary basis for my assessment of cost effectiveness for the non-participating ratepayers. That's what a RIM test is for. It's important to note, though, that even in the case, going back to what I just said, even in the case of New York and California, both of which are fairly substantial and credible markets, they did not apply the RIM test in the exact same way. So there is not a published standard for how a RIM test would be done for electric vehicles. And even the precedents that I have to draw upon are not consistent in how they did it. So I used my experience to combine understanding of the EE tests and the precedent where it exists to apply it in this case. And then to your point, talking specifically about the offers, what I was focusing on there was the principles typically associated with a RIM test, which were included with both New York and California.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, your tests were essentially based on modified versions of the RIM test. Mm-hmm. And you chose that as the only test to apply to the specific offerings.
Correct.
Okay. And you only applied the SCT to the market as a whole.
Market as a whole, including the cost of the utility program as part of that market. Yes.
Okay. Let's go back to page 9 of your rebuttal. I almost said Sir rebuttal again. Stopped myself.
Okay.
And I'm going to look at the same answer that we looked at before, but I want to start on line 19. And there's a sentence there that starts, given this nuance.
Yes.
Okay. And again, to refresh everyone, would you read that sentence for the record?
Yeah, and I think to be clear, I have to read the sentence before, since it's referring to the sentence before.
Okay.
Which and what I said is, counting market impacts related to vehicle adoption would be inconsistent with offers that don't directly impact vehicle adoption. Given this nuance, and to maintain a high level of rigor in the benefit and cost accounting, I concluded that the combination of an offer-wide SCT to assess overall net benefit for vehicle electrification, combined with offer-specific tests that assess likely ratepayer impacts, would provide the most insight for the Commission.
What I want to know is that was, your determination, your conclusion. Did you consider that perhaps applying additional tests might give the Commission more information and allow the Commission to determine which approach provides them the most insight?
Sure. I actually looked at every possible test that we could come up. But I was, I think it's important to point out as part of my response here that if you look at the testimony from Mr. McAuliffe and the testimony of Ms. Lane, I'm getting a little bit of mixed signals. Mr. McAuliffe pointed out that, the EV space is complicated. He noted that my model was very thorough and accounted for a lot of factors, but he was concerned about the complexity overall. Meanwhile, Ms. Lane was identifying, as I think your question was just referencing, that there are other tests that could be done, and we should consider those other tests as well. That's the challenge that I faced in doing this. This is very complicated, and I was trying to, in essence, thread that needle and do something that I felt was a reasonable balance between doing a little bit of everything and ending up with a model that was so complicated that it would, A, be harder to understand, and B, there would be a lot more assumptions that would need to be made, but also providing enough insight that it addressed the essential regulatory question at this time, which is, what is the net impact on benefits versus costs for non-participating ratepayers? How do the people that are paying for these programs benefit from the programs? And so, yes, we could do more tests. But I'm not, and I looked at doing those tests as I described earlier. I worked through the process of trying to do a societal cost test specifically for the offers, and it ends up reducing to something very similar to the portfolio test. I looked at doing a participant cost test. What I found when I've done that in some other jurisdictions is that the Commission didn't really care a lot about whether the EV owners were benefiting economically. The focus was really on the ratepayers. So given that experience, and given that I was trying to thread the needle between something that's super complex and more complete and something that would be insufficient, I went down the middle path with the two strategies that I described, answering two questions about electrification overall to provide context, and then a variant of the RIM test in order to assess the impacts of the individual programs. And that was really just to try and strike the right balance. We could add a societal cost test focused around just the offers. We could look at doing a participant cost test. I'm not sure that would come at the expense of the concerns that Mr. McAuliffe has already raised about this is already complicated enough that he's raised some concerns. So doing more tests would only amplify those concerns. But having worked through them, I'm not sure that they would add to the insights that this analysis has already provided, specifically around the essential question on non-participating ratepayer impact. So the other tests that we might do don't expand on that question.
Mr. Warner, Ms. Ryan is a good attorney, and she's going to let her witness speak at length if necessary. I'm going to step in, though, at this point. Ms. Ryan, we're going about an hour now on your cross of this witness. Approximately how much more cross do you anticipate?
Less than 10 minutes.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. So if I understood your last answer, Mr. Warner, you acknowledge that other tests could be performed, but it was your judgment at the time of filing and preparing your testimony that the Maryland Commission did not need to see those other tests.
It was my assessment that the two tests that I did was the most efficient way to address the essential question about non-participating ratepayer impact.
So that's a yes? You determined they didn't need to see other tests?
In order to answer the question that I interpreted I needed to answer, yes.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questioning. Thank you, Mr. Warner. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan.
We'll now turn to cross-examination by Public Service Commission Staff Counsel.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Lloyd Spivak for the Commission staff. Good morning, Mr. Warner.
Good morning, Mr. Spivak. I think we're into the afternoon now. Good afternoon.
You're right. It is the afternoon. It's just gone so fast. What can I say? I just have some brief cross for you. Can we reference page 9 of your direct testimony, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now here and in a number of places in your testimony, as well as in the rejoinder you gave us earlier, you distinguish between what you call the natural case and the managed case scenarios. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And the natural case scenario would essentially be people charging their vehicles when they are normally inclined to do so, a lot of which would be during peak hours. Is that right?
That's correct. In the absence of an incentive to modify their behavior, correct.
Okay. And in contrast, the managed case would include significant incentives and other means to encourage EV owners to charge their vehicles during the off-peak period. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And am I correct in noting that you find significantly larger benefits accrue to all affected groups under the managed case?
That's correct. That's one of the key findings.
Okay. And those benefits include lower transmission and capacity costs and lower infrastructure upgrade costs, among others. Is that a fair statement?
That is, sir.
Okay. But during your rejoinder, you noted that the real world result will be somewhere in between the two boundary cases along a continuum between a fully natural case and fully managed case. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the outcome along this continuum depends on how aggressively managed case incentives and requirements are implemented. Does it not?
It depends primarily on the size of the programs. The extent to which incentives needed to be aggressive or not aggressive really is a separate issue. It's really a question of how big the programs are and how widely adopted that they are.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. All right, turning to page 16 of your direct testimony, where you discuss infrastructure tax adders, you suggest that reductions in gas consumption from electric vehicle adoption would lead to a reduction in gas tax revenues. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you note that these revenues are used to support transportation infrastructure investments. Is that also correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you then note that most studies do not include a replacement for these lost infrastructure tax revenues, but that your study does make a conservative assumption that some sort of replacement revenue stream would be adopted. Do I understand that right?
Yes, that's correct. And that's a good example of where my test has been, adapted a little bit more for current conditions.
Okay. Do you have any examples or at least suggestions on what such a replacement revenue source would look like?
My analysis is agnostic on that point. We didn't need to assume what I call the Transportation Trust Fund replenishment. We didn't have to assume how it was done, but we did assume that it was done. So to answer your question, though, I'm involved in several states right now that are just beginning to look at that. There are a lot of proposals on the table. One, for example, is that you modify vehicle registration processes so that every year people pay a registration fee based on how many miles their vehicle travels every year. So you, in essence, move to a mileage-based tax rather than a per-gallon-based tax. But that's one of multiple proposals that are floating around. I don't believe any state that I'm aware of has taken that up substantially yet. But, it is ultimately an issue that would need to be addressed. Just to be very clear, though, that because of, as the questions you were asking, in this analysis, when we did the economic impact analysis, we assumed that electric vehicles would ultimately pay their fair share in the same proportion that they're paying today through both the federal and state gas taxes. So the economic impact numbers that you see assume some mechanism is put in place to do that, although we don't speculate on what that mechanism might be. And we did that because I thought that was the fair way to compare economic consequences.
How does that change in a situation where, and how might your results change in a situation where that substitution is not made, or that substitution is delayed for a period of years?
Actually, the benefits go up substantially. If you look at the societal cost test, which is as we were just discussing, a market-wide test, the biggest chunk of the benefits is the savings that EV drivers get. It turns out, and I found this to be a fairly consistent outcome across all the studies that I've done, that it costs about half as much to fuel a vehicle with electricity as it does with either gasoline or diesel. That translates to billions of dollars a year in most states. Now that number that I just gave you, these pay not only for electricity, but also some substitution of the gas tax. If you eliminate the need to make that substitution, the benefit actually goes up. So the operating expense benefit realized by EV drivers would be higher by virtue of the fact that they're not making that replenishment. And in that case, the SCT would be even bigger than it is today.
Wouldn't you have a societal cost, though, in the loss of those infrastructure revenues and perhaps in deteriorated infrastructure?
Yeah, that's sort of, I think, beyond the scope of this study. I mean, I'm not in a position to assess how changes in transportation funding would then translate into deterioration of infrastructure. That's way beyond the scope of this study. All I tried to do was make sure, in the spirit of being conservative and doing fair comparisons, to make sure that we weren't inadvertently implying greater operating expense savings for EV drivers than would really be realized if they paid their fair share. That's the question we were trying to address.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, going to page 21 of your direct testimony. In figure 4, you give some figures for BG's cost plan. Do you see that?
Yes, sir. That's figure 3.
Okay, sorry, I was starting to look at your rebuttal testimony. Let me get back there. Okay, yes, figure 3. Just to clarify, over what time frame are those figures stated? Is it annually or over the course of BG's multi-year plan, or over the 15-year time frame of your benefit cost analysis?
It's over the 15-year analysis period.
Okay, so it's consistent with the rest of your analysis in that sense.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Looking at page 14 of your direct testimony, you posit that one of the major drivers in producing benefits from increased electric vehicle penetration would be a reduction in unit costs for electricity. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And this is an essentially a specific application of the economic principle of economies of scales. Is it not?
Not really. No, I would not characterize it that way. There's dimensions of that, but I would not characterize it that way.
How would you characterize it then?
Well, stepping back from definitions of individual tests, if you're just looking at how vehicle electrification would affect what people pay for electricity, there's multiple things going on. So, for example, if a lot of people started charging at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, that's going to drive additional costs in capacity and transmission charges that are allocated by PJM to the utility. It could force grid reinforcements that would require additional investments that would be recovered through rate base. So that's one set of dynamics related to capacity, related to when people charge and the loading on the network. At the same time, there's another dynamic going on related to wholesale load shaping. As we all know, the average wholesale cost is related to the shape of that curve and the dispatch of assets required to fulfill that load. And And if you change the shape of the curve, the average cost can change a little bit too. And the short way to describe that is if you're buying more of your energy in off-peak time when it costs less, the average cost goes down a little bit. And then the third dynamic is one related to what in my testimony I call the dilution effect. I characterize it that way just because I found that's easy for people to understand, which is the majority of the revenue requirement from the utility associated with its embedded investment is allocated across all the volume that that asset is serving. And in the case of EE programs, for example, if we're worried about the volume going down, there's a concern that the unit cost would go up. Well, the same dynamic applies in reverse in the case of EVs, in that relatively fixed embedded costs now are spread over more volume because EVs are now increasing the usage of the asset, and therefore that cost is spread over more kilowatt hours, and the unit cost of that for the embedded investment goes down. So the easy way to think about dilution is every dollar that an EV driver pays for charging against that embedded investment is a dollar that all the other ratepayers don't have to pay. So what my model does is account for all of those moving parts at once. And it turns out that the dilution effect is really the dominant effect. And especially if you do managed charging and encourage more and more of that charging to be off peak and avoid the load factor or the loading related issues, then you get even more benefit. So I think the short answer to your question is that we looked at multiple things that are happening at once. It's fairly complicated how those net out, but in general, the dilution effect is the dominant effect, and that's in general what results in people projecting that overall vehicle electrification will drive rates down. And that's the conclusion that numerous studies have come to.
Okay. And that dilution effect, given that we're in the context of a deregulated utility where supply and distribution costs are very clearly separated, that dilution effect shows up on the distribution side of the equation, not on the supply side. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes. Yeah. Okay. I model out those impacts separately.
Okay. And am I right in assuming that although EV owners might benefit from the lower unit costs, it's likely that they will still see increased bills as a result of their increased electricity consumption from charging their vehicles?
Most likely, yes. And they would be looking at that increase in electricity costs relative to the savings they get on what they're not spending on gasoline.
Okay. Now, for people who don't own an electric vehicle, isn't it the case that they will realize the reduced unit costs without the increased consumption and its associated costs? Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, is there any chance that this could create at least something of an incentive for people to delay switching to an electric vehicle?
I don't think so. And the reason, as I just mentioned in my response, is that, those are what I would call the participating ratepayers, the EV owners. And they're looking at the entire economics package. They're looking at, yes, my electricity bill went up, but my gas bill went down. And generally one goes down twice as big as the other one went up. So when looking at the operating expense, EV drivers come out way ahead. I own an electric vehicle. I also happen to have a solar system on my house. I've paid virtually nothing to operate that vehicle for 2 years. And so that savings is one of the primary reasons that people are interested in adopting an electric vehicle. So I think it would be unlikely that the scenario you suggested would be very common, if evident at all.
Now, earlier in your testimony today, you mentioned a situation that's a little near and dear to me. That is of a condo where one of the barriers to adoption of electric vehicles is the fact the condo doesn't have or won't allow the installation of of electric vehicle charging infrastructure. How or what are your thoughts on how to overcome that resistance?
Well, the best I can do is share experience that I've seen from other states. And it's relevant because, as you know, the BGE is proposing a program specifically in multifamily, which is what Offer 3 is all about. This segment has proven to be, as far as I can tell, the hardest segment to crack. It is just really, really hard to get landowners or landlords or property management companies, whoever the authority is, to make investments in charging infrastructure. It's just so far proven to be very difficult to do. And that has come up as a priority for many commissions because it ultimately becomes an equity issue. There are now, because of that reality, there's a significant segment of the population that really can't adopt an electric vehicle if they wanted to. Now, there's multiple ways to deal with that. One is to create programs that address the barriers that are keeping those decision makers from putting chargers into multifamily settings. That's what Offer 3 does. There are other jurisdictions that are looking at augmenting through things like workplace chargers and things like that may become a solution. So it is a very difficult segment. There's a couple of different ways to go about trying to address that. The most common one, though, is what BGE is doing, which is to understand the barriers and then to try and design a program to address those barriers. I do think it will take a little time for those to actually start to get traction in the market. Did that address your question, sir?
Yes, certainly. It certainly helped. Thank you, Mr. Warner. That's all I have right now.
Thank you.
Are there additional counsel that wish to cross-examine this witness? It's almost 1 o'clock. We will take a lunch recess after the commissioners have had an opportunity to ask their questions. So I'll turn it to the commissioners at this point. Commissioner.
If you want to ask Mr. Herson if he wants to redirect.
Thank you. Yes. And I suspect you might have.
Actually, Your Honor, I don't. I have no redirect. So we can move on to commissioner questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do commissioners have questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask you real quickly, Mr. Warner, just to make sure I understand. Your analyses done in this proceeding have all been theoretical. Is that correct or not correct?
It's not entirely correct. A lot of the data in the model has come from real world statistics. As I mentioned earlier, we're using real data from chargers about how people charge. We're using real data about how many miles vehicles travel, about what the efficiency of those vehicles are, things like miles per gallon. We have detailed data on the efficiency of electric vehicles. We know what the price of gasoline is. So there are a lot of variables in this model, but almost all of those variables are pinned back to real data that come from either research or dedicated data sources to support. So I would not call it theoretical in that sense.
Okay, well, thank you. And I assumed that was the case, of course. But I'm really not talking about those things that you have to put into the machine and let it spit out some answers. I'm talking specifically about the pilot data that is being accumulated even as we speak on time of use, on usage, on adoption, on whatever, all the actual, and I know it's early and I'm assuming you probably didn't use any of that, but I just want to clarify that you didn't use any of the pilot data that the utility is producing right now.
The main thing that I used, other than information about the design of the programs, is the cost plan. So I worked with the budget that's been approved as extended to account for the 15 years over the analysis. And as I mentioned, we worked with BGE to get statistics on the first year of actual usage. So those are really substantial data points as part of the analysis, and those both came from the pilot as currently defined.
Okay, so you are using empirical data from the pilot in this analysis.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, thank you. That's important, and it's helpful for me to know that there's some important empirical data being cranked in here too. Thank you.
Yes, there is. Thank you.
Additional questions? Any follow-up questions based on Commissioner O'Donnell's questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. At this time, we will take a lunch recess until 1:40 p.m. We'll go off the record now, but I'd like everybody to stick around just for a moment. So we're off the record.
Mr. Chairman, can I assume that I'm dismissed for today?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warner. You're excused for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just in terms of where we're going to come back after lunch at 1:40, we have witness Zhang next, followed by witness McKenzie. Depending on how long we take with those two witnesses, that might be it for the day. But for BGE, if we do have extra time after witness McKenzie, would we be able to move either witness O'Neill or witness Manuel before Mr. Vajos? And thereby having Mr. Vajos testify tomorrow morning. I'll give you a minute to huddle.
Yes, Your Honor. Just give us 1 second. Your Honor, we would have to get them downtown today to make sure we don't have any connection problems. Can you give us the lunch break to make sure we can see if we can get that accomplished?
Okay. Well, the point may be academic, but if you'd like to use the lunch break to contact those witnesses, that will be fine. But after lunch, we'll take witness Zhang and then witness McKenzie. And if it poses a problem, we'll move forward with witness Vajos this afternoon. We may have to break up his testimony. I suspect, a number of parties will wish to cross him, and I suspect there'll be just lengthy discussion. So thank you, Mr. Corse. We'll see everybody back here at 1:40.
Thank you.
Linda, after we go back on, I'll have some comments off the record before we go on the record. The Public Service Commission is back after its lunch recess. We are off the record. I understand from BGE that they would be able to accommodate having witness O'Neill testify before witness Vahos this afternoon. I appreciate that flexibility. We'll see if we even get to witness O'Neill by the time we close today, but thank you for making that swap possible if we end up using it. At this point, we will go back on the record. The company may call its next witness.
BGE calls Ran Jang as its next witness.
Thank you. If the witness could turn on the microphone, please raise your right hand and wait for the court reporter.
Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You're a witness.
Ms. Zhang, can you please state your name and business address for the record?
Sure. My name is Ran Jang, and my business address is 110 East Fayette Street, Baltimore, Maryland.
And your business title?
My title is Manager of Load Research and Settlement at Baltimore Electric and Gas Company.
Okay, Ms. Zhang, do you have before you a document entitled Supplemental Direct Testimony of Ran Jang, which has previously been marked as Company Exhibit 16A, which is the public one, and 16B confidential, dated July 8, 2020, consisting of 2 pages and 1 attachment?
Yes, I do.
Company Exhibits 16A and 16B were prepared by you and under your direct supervision?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review Company Exhibits 16A and 16B?
Yes.
And do you have any revisions to either Company Exhibit 16A or 16B?
No, I don't.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that were asked in connection with your sworn testimony comprising Company Exhibit 16A and 16B, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I respectfully move Company Exhibits 16A and 16B into evidence.
No objection. BGE Exhibits 16A and 16B are moved into evidence.
Ms. Jang is now available for examination.
Mr. Ralph, before we move to the examination of this witness, are you planning to move her rebuttal testimony into evidence?
Your Honor, we previously filed a withdrawal of the rebuttal testimony. But I will note for the record that 16B is confidential.
Yes, 16B is confidential, and you are correct. You previously withdrew the witness's rebuttal testimony, so I'll strike that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll begin the examination by Maryland Office of People's Counsel.
OPC has no questions for Ms. Jang.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. We will turn to staff counsel for the Public Service Commission.
Good afternoon, Ms. Jang.
Good afternoon.
My name is Annette Garofalo. I haven't seen you on the screen, and I represent Commission staff. Ms. Jang, you provided evidence on forecasted sales and billing determinants. Is that correct?
That's right.
Now, what type of data did you use in preparing that forecast?
Well, so the billing determinants forecast include the forecast of sales, customers, and demand. And of course, we use those as our input data. And in addition to those, because we use econometric models to establish the relationship between the billing determinants and their drivers, so we had to identify their drivers. So typically, the drivers of the billing determinants would include factors such as weather, the economic data, price data, any load impact data that's related to energy efficiency savings, solar generation, distributed solar generation, as well as conservation voltage reduction, as well as we also use some auto model adjustments, which are impacts from external sources or internal sources regarding, for example, things like electric vehicle load impacts, as well as major development projects. So those are generally the factors that are involved, or the data input data that are involved in our models. I can't hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
You can, okay. So when you're dealing with so many variables in such a complex matter, and the variables are forecast, can there be errors in such a forecast?
Well, if the errors, that in the sense that it is a residual in our model, which means that those are the things that, the remainder in the billing determinants that are not explained by the factors that we deem as drivers. Yes, but if you're talking about manual errors or errors that are incurred because of our process, I don't believe that will be the case, because we do have a rigorous process in forecasting. In our practice, we have pretty good data quality control, and we also have checks performed by our analysts.
I didn't mean to imply that you personally would have made errors or done this in any kind of sloppy way. I was just trying to get an overview of what actually goes on. But to the extent there would be errors that are not the fault of your methodology, but perhaps something other, do you have a feel for what the sources of those errors would be?
Well, I don't know what exactly you mean by errors here, but I think what you might imply here could be, things that are not explained by the factors that are involved in the model. Is that what you mean?
So really what I mean is, just to make it super simple so I understand my question, if you were to predict that something was to be 2 and it was really at the end of 3 years it turned out to be 1.8, I would think of that as an error that was based on something in your formula. And I'm just wondering what sorts of things you might, if you know, what sorts of things might contribute to those errors.
Sure. So that is, any forecast is based on assumptions at any given time. Therefore, we put in, based on our professional judgment, the best factors that are correlated, strongly correlated with the billing determinants into our models. However, things can evolve the way that we don't expect. And in a future time, the forecast can turn out to be not exactly the same as what the actual is. And those are driven by, factors that have changed at the future time versus our predictions of the future state. So yeah, those things could occur.
Would COVID-19 be one of such a thing?
So our forecast was produced back in November 2019, and the COVID-19 pandemic occurred after the production of our forecast. So it is a factor that has we could not anticipate at the time. So it could lead to certain differences in our forecast versus the actual, but it doesn't mean we'll be there.
So when you did your forecast, did you give it at different levels? For example, system forecast would be one level, and then parts within the system?
Right. For our sales and customer forecast, we have a hierarchical approach. Basically, we have models exist at different levels of aggregation. And you're correct, for sales models, we have a system level model. We have some lower tier models as well.
And is one of those models a tariff model?
At the tariff level, yes.
And which would you say is more prone to error, the system level or the tariff level?
I would say, we created such a hierarchy because the system level is where we have the most high frequency data, and it's we deem as the most accurate. However, I would say that all of our models are very carefully specified, and all of them have very high statistical significance. And we have pretty good confidence about all of them.
Thank you. So if we could just look at the tariff model for a minute, because we'll be looking at that, I think, down the road, even though I recognize these other levels are necessary to get there. Would it be possible to have forecasting errors in different directions?
Can you elaborate on exactly what you mean by different directions?
Sure. If we're looking only at the tariff models, and of course the tariff has different classes within it, when you forecast for one class, might it be possible that one class would have an error where it wasn't precise, but it was too high, and another class would have a forecasted number, and it wasn't quite correct, but it was too low?
I cannot answer that question, precisely, because there's there could be situations like this, but I don't know what situation are you implying there.
So I'm just asking if it's possible that for one class you might do a prediction. Let's make it 3 classes. One class you were exactly correct in your forecast. For another class, the forecast came out a little high. And for a third class, it came out a little low. So I'm just looking for, perhaps with the exception of you, none of us are soothsayers. So I'm not trying to pin you down to a number or anything like that.
Yeah, I guess, for the class level models, you could have errors in different directions. That's possible.
If you know or have a feeling for it, would there be an overarching reason for such a differential?
It depends on the underlying situation, what has changed in actuality versus our assumptions we put in at the time of the forecast. So it's perfectly possible that things have changed in such a way that drives that kind of variance. I would prefer to call it variance instead of errors.
Okay. So we talked about COVID-19. It's not in your forecast at all. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes. Given the timing, we couldn't include COVID's impact into our model.
Would COVID-19 be something that could affect these variances? Is that's?
Yes, that could be. But I wanted to say that based on what we saw, in reality, how the actual tracks with the forecast, year to date, we have seen our load variance to budget being very close to 0, both electric and gas. So those gives us the confidence that we can continue to rely on the forecast for the duration of the MIP.
Well, you're not saying you don't think something as unexpected and large as COVID-19 would have no effect on that, are you?
Well, in fact, to your earlier point, the impact, we have seen the impact since the second quarter. However, there's some offsetting between the first quarter and the second quarter, as well as there's some offsetting between residential and commercial classes. The residential we have seen an increase, and in commercial classes, we typically have seen a decrease. So the offsetting effect was one of the big factors why we have not seen an overall very big, COVID impact on our load.
So that is important to BGE as a company, but if one were trying to actually deal with the results of rates on various classes, that would not necessarily be comforting, would it, if you were one of the ones who was either overbilled or underbilled? Well, maybe if you were underbilled.
Objection to the form of the question.
Question. So wouldn't you agree that the overall effect of all revenues would not be the same, would not make up for the differences in customer classes? I know we're stepping a little bit outside your your field, but if you were projecting and you wanted to project for a given class, would you not want to project for that class's revenues as opposed to for the company as a whole?
Well, since you're talking about revenue, I also wanted to point out, we have decoupling mechanism that actually insulates revenue from the impact of load fluctuations. So it will be COVID impact or COVID-induced recession is one of the factors that impact the loads. However, those kind of load fluctuations are not really impacting revenue due to decoupling. And as a result, actually, the revenue impact we have seen year to date have been very, very close to zero as well, very small. So I don't know whether I answered your question exactly the way that you intended, but I don't see that revenue are impacted by load fluctuations as induced by COVID.
Well, if I may, just one question about that. The decoupling mechanisms are based on forecasts. They will be once we're in the MRP regime. Isn't that correct?
Well, I'm not the witness for rate making. I'll try, maybe attempt to answer this, but I think you can get maybe a better answer from the other company witnesses that are focused on the rate making. But I think my understanding is that any differences between actual and the forecast, any variance between the actual and the forecast will be trued up either through decoupling mechanism during the course of MYP or at the end of the MYP through the final reconciliation process, which, by the way, is subject to a asymmetric true-up mechanism that is in favor of the customers. So BGE really has every intention to make our forecast good because we are being accountable for any differences between the forecast and the actual.
Thank you. So I may not need to ask the rate design witness about this. That was a very good answer. So I have just one final question here. We've been struggling with forecasting, and you have rescued us with regard to billing determinants and sales. And that your very detailed model was filed on June 24th. And is this the type of information that's typically used within BGE to project sales in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, exactly the same information we use in our budgeting process.
So if you were asked to provide this information at the outset of a future MRP, you and your colleagues would be able to provide the same level of detail in those subsequent filings, would you not?
Well, I think that needs to. I think that question needs to be answered by the executive team, by the other decision makers. But I believe that's not in the spirit of complying with the commission's request. I think that will be the case.
recognize you can't commit the company to providing it, but the information would be there, and you could put together a document of this type in the future. Correct?
Yeah, as you mentioned, I can't commit the company to kind of do whatever that will be in the future, but I think the company is willing to help, and will make the effort to comply with any request that comes our way.
Thank you, Ms. Zhang. I have no further questions.
Do other parties have any cross-examination of Ms. Zhang? Mr. Ralph, do you have any redirect of your witness?
I do not.
Do the commissioners have questions of Ms. Zhang? Hearing none, thank you. Ms. Zhang, you are excused.
Thank you.
The company may call their next witness.
Your Honor, BGE calls as its next witness, Mr. Adrien McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie, if you could turn on your microphone, raise your right hand, and wait for the court reporter.
Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon, Mr. McKenzie. Can you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
My name is Adrien McKenzie. I'm a principal in the firm FinCap Inc. My business address is 3907 Red River Street, Austin, Texas, 78751.
Thank you. Mr. McKenzie, do you have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony of Adrien M. McKenzie on behalf of Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, dated May 15th, 2020, consisting of 69 pages and 16 exhibits, which has been pre-marked as BGE Exhibit 17?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. McKenzie, do you have also before you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Adrien M. McKenzie on behalf of Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, dated September 11th, 2020, consisting of 100 pages and 13 exhibits, which has been pre-marked as BGE Exhibit 18?
Yes.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. McKenzie, do you have before you a document entitled Surrebuttal Testimony of Adrien M. McKenzie on behalf of Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, dated October 7th, 2020, consisting of 11 pages, which has been pre-marked as BGE Exhibit 19?
Yes.
Now, Mr. McKenzie, were these three testimonies prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, they were.
And do you have any corrections that you would like to make to these testimonies?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that are asked of you in these testimonies, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would be.
And did you answer the questions in these testimonies to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
I did.
Your Honor, I'd like to have BG Exhibits 17, 18, and 19 moved into the evidentiary record.
Hearing no objection, BGE Exhibits 17, 18, and 19 are moved into evidence.
And Your Honor, I have one live rejoinder question for Mr. McKenzie, if that's all right.
Please proceed.
Excuse me, Mr. McKenzie, can you take a look at the bottom of page 5 of Mr. McAuliffe's surrebuttal testimony?
I'm there.
And there, Mr. McAuliffe takes issue with your characterization of the Federal Reserve policies as placing, quote, artificial downward pressure on interest rates. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a response to that point?
Yes, I do. Mr. McAuliffe says that I'm alluding to some notion that those bond yields and the results of the Fed policy moves are false or artificial. And I don't view them to be false or artificial. When I use the term artificial, I'm not suggesting that there's anything false or temporary about the policies. What I'm suggesting is that they are artificial in the sense that the Federal Reserve is moving markets. They are influencing markets. They're stepping in, they're altering the balance in a way that impacts observable measures like Treasury bond yields that would not happen but for their actions, and that those moves have important implications for this case. The Fed has taken unprecedented measures to support financial markets since the COVID-19 pandemic. The assets that are on their balance sheet are now about the same size of the GDP of Germany and Japan combined. They're over $7 trillion. And this investment in Treasury bonds has an impact of pushing down yields. They're suppressing bond yields in an effort to support the economy and to support the financial markets. The Fed's also buying corporate debt on the secondary market. That's a new thing. They've never done that before, even in response to the financial crisis in 2009. They have a secondary market corporate credit facility. They're buying utility bonds. They're buying BGE bonds. BGE is on the list. And again, that action suppresses bond yields below what they would normally be, and it's not a normal action of the credit markets. It's a function of monetary policies and a function of grave concern on the part of the Federal Reserve for the future of the economy in light of what's happening as a result of COVID-19. The Fed is not buying utility common stocks. There is no support program in place for common investors, common stock investors. And that's a key distinction. Utility shareholders have lost about 15% of their capital since last February, despite the fact that markets have improved, obviously, since the very harsh sell-off in March. Exelon stockholders have seen about 17% of their capital evaporate as of yesterday. And this has very significant implications for risk premiums between bond investments and common stocks. And I talk about that in my testimony. I talk about the implications of dramatically higher beta values, which suggest higher risk. And I think the fundamental idea that I want to impart is that I don't believe the Commission should focus solely on bond yield trends, particularly Treasury bond yield trends, as a direct guide to the cost of equity for BGE in this case.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, Mr. McKenzie is available for cross-examination.
We'll begin the cross-examination with counsel for Walmart.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. McKenzie. I know I had some bandwidth issues yesterday. Are you able to see and hear me well?
Yes, no problem right now, sir.
Great, thank you. That's good news. If I could just direct you to your rebuttal testimony, which is Exhibit 18, please. Specifically, page 94.
I'm there.
Okay, on that page, Mr. McKenzie, you criticize Walmart witness Cronauer's direct testimony regarding the consideration of customer impacts when establishing a fair ROE. And you state that, and this is on lines 4 and 5, I believe, through 6, the determination of the ROE is made by investors in the capital markets and is not predicated on any notion of cost or savings to customers. Now, I'm going to try to understand what that sentence means, so please correct me if I'm wrong. But as I understand it, I believe what you're saying is that investors and the behavior of investors determine the actual ROE that a utility earns. Is that a fair assessment of that sentence?
Yes, sir.
So you're not making a statement about the commission's assessment of an authorized ROE, are you?
Well, indirectly, I am. I understand, obviously, the commission has discretion, and it's part of its job is to balance the interests of investors and customers. So I'm not disputing that. But I think there's an understanding that the cost should reflect the actual cost of service, just like when BG&E goes out and buys supplies or wire, the commission doesn't, I wouldn't view it as proper to lower the price on that commodity because of a goal to lower rates to customers.
Thank you. But to be clear, you're not suggesting that the commission lacks the authority or discretion to consider ratepayer impacts in awarding a fair ROE, are you?
No, I think the commission absolutely has the discretion. In fact, I think that's the role of the commission, is to balance the interests of consumers and investors. Obviously, my view is that the cost that's ultimately reflected in the return should reflect the cost that BG&E incurs to get that capital.
Great, thank you. That's a good clarification. If we go down to lines 10 through 12 on the same page, you state that a downward biased ROE may provide the illusion of customer savings in the form of a lower revenue requirement in the short term. And then you go on. But in reference to that phrase, the illusion of customer savings, I assume that you're referring to Mr. Cronauer's testimony regarding the difference between your ROE recommendations and the average ROEs awarded to distribution-only electric utilities from 2017 to the present. Is that fair?
Well, I think my statement is more general than that. I'm really just addressing the more broader point of the notion of customer impacts and customer savings, and suggesting that one other consideration is that BGE and its customers are aligned in the sense that they both want to provide reliable, dependable economic service, which is very important to customers. And I think to the extent that the ROE does not reflect the underlying cost, in the longer run, that can be a detriment to that.
But you don't dispute that an ROE at, say, 9.9% versus an ROE at, for example, 9.5% implicates higher rates for ratepayers, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you for your time. Your Honor, that's all Walmart has.
Thank you. We'll next turn to Office of People's Counsel.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Unclear, Mr. Alexander.
Okay, very good. Good afternoon, Mr. McKenzie. I am Gary L. Alexander. I'm an assistant People's Counsel. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
If you would you please turn to page 2 of your direct testimony, which was filed on March 2, 2020.
I'm there, sir.
Thank you. To lay a foundation for my questions, I'm going to very briefly ask you some background questions concerning your recommendations as to the proper return on equity, or ROE, for BGE's electric and gas distribution operations. Please bear with me with this brief introduction. Since debt instruments are generally issued subject to fixed predetermined interest rates, you'd agree that the cost of debt can be directly observed, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And in contrast, because BGE is a subsidiary of a larger holding company, that it doesn't issue its own stock, correct?
Correct.
And so as a consequence, you'd agree that BGE's market-based rate of return on equity is unobservable, correct?
Yes, and just to clarify, I'd answer that for BGE, even if it had its own publicly traded common stock.
Okay. And so to estimate the return on equity for BGE, which is legally required per the Supreme Court cases known as Bluefield and Hope, BGE's ROE is calculated using several methodologies, some of which require the use of a group of companies deemed comparable in risk to BGE. That is a proxy, correct?
Yes, and not to sound nitpicky, the only word I would challenge in your question is the word calculated. It's really estimated.
That's fine. I agree. I'm sorry. And a cost of capital expert such as yourself examines the ROEs of these proxy companies as guidance for determining the appropriate ROE for the utility in question, which in this instance is BGE, correct?
Yes.
Okay, on page 2 of your direct, you state that you used well-accepted quantitative analyses to estimate the current cost of equity for your BGE proxy groups of electric and gas utilities, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the methodologies that you apply to these proxy groups include the DCF model, the CAP-M model, the ECAP-M model, an equity risk premium approach based on allowed equity returns and reference to expected earned rates of return for electric and gas utilities, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now this again will be brief so I don't have to untangle these. As stated in your glossary of terms, the term DCF stands for discounted cash flow, correct?
Yes.
And the abbreviation CAPM, CAPM, stands for Capital Asset Pricing Model, correct?
Yes.
And the ECAPM, that's ECAPM, stands for Empirical Capital Asset Pricing Model, correct?
Yes.
And on page 3 of your testimony, your direct, lines 5 through 13, you state that the results of your applications of the DCF, CAPM, ECAPM, risk premium, and expected earning analyses to separate proxy groups of electric and gas utilities are summarized in your exhibit AMM-2, correct?
Yes.
And would you please turn to exhibit AMM-2, please?
Okay, I'm there, sir.
Okay, and based upon the results summarized on exhibit AMM-2, you recommend a cost of equity range for the companies for BGE's electric and gas operations of 9.2% to 10.6%, correct?
Yes, the only clarification I would make is that I have updated my analyses and presented those in my rebuttal testimony.
Okay, and is your 9.2 to 10.6 still accurate, or has it changed?
No, that's still accurate.
Okay, and you conclude that the 9.9% midpoint of this range represents a just and reasonable cost of equity, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I'd now like to review with you the results of your ROE methodologies that are summarized on AMM-2. And you'll tell me, since I'm in the direct, when I ask a question, please tell me if this is subsequently changed or revised in your rebuttal testimony, okay?
Well, that's fine, sir. I mean, I could tell you now that all of the numbers have changed and are revised in my rebuttal testimony.
Okay, then let us go to your rebuttal testimony, and I have to get it myself. I gotta get rid of this. Now, your exhibits for the rebuttal start on exhibit AMM-17. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
So where is the equivalent to AMM dash, where was I?
I'll complete your thought, Mr. Alexander. It's exhibit AMM-19, I believe, is what you're looking for.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is the same analysis, but you have updated the numbers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me go back to this. And again, this shows how you derived your range of ROE results. And are they still 9.2 to 10.6?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you agree that, you're still recommending a 9.9% ROE without the performance add or basis points? I'm just talking about a base ROE. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So you're still recommending a 9.9% ROE to the commission to award that to BGE, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that the 9.9% ROE is the midpoint of the average and midpoint ROE figures for your DCF, CAPM, ECAPM, risk premium, and expected earnings approaches for the electric and gas groups, correct?
No, I don't believe so. It's the midpoint of the range, the 9.2 to 10.6 range. The midpoint of that is 9.9. If that's what you meant to say, then the answer is yes.
Well, I better had meant to say that, or else I'm now corrected. Thank you. And would you, if you would bear with me for a second, the equivalent of AMM-2, page 1 of 1, this is the ROE analysis summary of results. Where is that now in the rebuttal, please?
Exhibit AMM-19, page 1.
Thank you. Thank you. And it's still a single page?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so just as we said, the title of this is ROE Analyses, correct?
Yes.
And these are your summary of results, which are now updated as of the date you pre-filed your rebuttal testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the midpoint figures for your approaches are calculated as the average of the low and high equity cost rate results. Is that correct?
Yes, for each particular method. That's correct.
Okay, and so the midpoint, would you agree that the midpoint on your exhibit only uses 2 of the ROE outcomes for each approach, the low and high figures?
Yes.
Okay. But in contrast, the average uses all of the ROE outcomes for each approach, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now if the commission, and this is a hypothetical to an expert, if the commission rejects the use of the midpoint of the range for your results, your ROE would be the average result, which is 9.2%, correct?
No.
Okay, can you explain why?
My range of 9.2 to 10.6 was not predicated on averages of averages or averages of midpoints. It is my assessment, as I explained in my testimony, it's my assessment of a just and reasonable range based on the results of my analyses after giving less weight to the extremes at the top and the bottom. So it's not an arithmetic process of averaging midpoints to produce a 10.6 number. In fact, some of the averages are actually higher than 10.6, as you see in the results. I addressed this actually on table 4 of my rebuttal because Mr. McAuliffe made some similar arguments about midpoints, and I tried to clear that up in my rebuttal.
Thank you. I'll come back to that. Would you agree that your average results include the expected earnings figure of 10.7%, if it is still 10.7? Is the expected earnings figure of your updated, what is that, please?
The average result was 10.2. The midpoint was 9.7.
Okay. And your average results include the expected earnings figure of 10.2%. Is that correct?
No, because I think the premise of your question is that there's an average result presented on my page to summarize the results of the analyses. Again, I did consider the expected earnings approach as one of the methodologies that led to my recommendation of a cost of equity range of 9.2 to 10.6. But there wasn't any averaging to arrive at that range. I just want to be clear about that.
No, I'm glad you said that. So how did you put all these together in terms of weight? Now, let me rephrase the question just to, I think you understand and make it clearer. You have a DCF, a CAPM, empirical CAPM, utility risk premium, and expected earnings. How were these weighted in your DCF, I'm sorry, in your ROE analyses? How are they weighted?
Well, I didn't use any mathematical weights. It's really a process of giving less weight to the higher numbers in the range and less weight to the lower numbers. I think if you turn to table 4 in my rebuttal testimony, it presents some of that underlying data in a way which maybe is easier to see. So there's definitely judgment going into the process of condensing the results of the various approaches down to a specific range. It isn't a mathematical process.
And how can we, the commission and of course OPC and the other parties, how can we determine, how can we understand how your judgment was applied in terms of each of these, of a weighting? How are we supposed to know that?
Well, I think again, if you want to turn to table 4, maybe it would be easier to walk through that.
Okay, hang on a second if you wouldn't mind. I'm there. And you want to give a second for everybody else?
Page number is table 4 on?
It's on page 20 of Mr. McKenzie's rebuttal.
So I think this is perhaps a little bit easier way to summarize the results of both the electric group and the gas group analyses that are presented on AMM-19. In particular, it presents averages for the various approaches, a single DCF number, a single CAPM number. Obviously, there's a wide range. The lowest result is an 8.7% average from the electric DCF. On the other hand, we have 9.7 for the gas companies. So it's a process of trying to figure out, based on this evidence, what a reasonable approximation of the low end of investors' required returns are. So if we look at the DCF for the electric, the gas group, we consider the risk premium results for the gas group, they're down around 9.4. That's the basis upon which I said 9.2 makes sense as a place to place the bottom end. It's above the DCF study for the electric group. It's below the DCF study and the risk premium for the gas group. So in my view, that fairly captures the low end of the results. The same process for the top end. 10.6 is a little higher than the CAPM results for the electric group. It's a little bit lower than the expected earnings for the gas group and considerably lower than the CAPM results for that proxy group. So again, there's some higher and there's some lower, but it's a way to try to capture the central tendency of the results. The other place I would like to reference the commission is page 95 of my rebuttal testimony.
I'm working on it. Okay, and this is your update, correct?
That's correct.
What would you add to your testimony here that you feel should be better explained?
Well, I just wanted to draw attention to figure 3, which is a histogram that presents the distribution of the cost of equity estimates. So my range is capturing that center distribution. There's 10 estimates that fall below the range, and there's 15 estimates that exceed the top of the range. So again, what I'm trying to do is distill the results down to a narrower range that is representative of investors' required return.
Would you agree that the discounted cash flow method has been the methodology that has been used the longest by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission as well as by state commissions, including this commission?
Well, that's not necessarily the case. I mean, if you go back to ancient history, Mr. Alexander, the comparable earnings method was the method that was used before the DCF model even came into existence. I think the earliest that model was used in a regulatory proceeding was probably in the mid 70s, early 70s. So for countless years before that, commissions used comparable earnings. I would agree with you that since the advent of modern financial methods that are focused on market data like the DCF, that method has been in use longer than other approaches like the CAPM.
And many commissions, included this one, since the 70s until relatively recently, say the last 10 years, relied solely on the DCF and used other methods as a check on the DCF. Would you say that's a fair characterization?
I don't have any particular knowledge. I've never made a study of past practices at regulatory agencies to make that determination. I certainly wouldn't dispute that the DCF model is one of the primary techniques that virtually every regulator considers, as I do.
Thank you. And so if we go back to your page 20, which I'm trying to get to also now, so I assume everybody else is taking a second here.
Page 20 of which testimony, sir?
I'm still on, I think, the rebuttal.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Table 4 in the rebuttal.
Yes.
So I'm just going to note that for the DCF, the average ROE, the results of the ROEs are all in the 8% range, correct?
For the electric proxy group, that's true.
Yes, I'm sorry. And the median for the DCF group goes as high as 9%, but actually breaks the 8% line and is 7.8%. Is that correct?
There is one observation there that has a median of 7.8, yes.
Okay. And the average is still in the mid-8s, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then if we go to the midpoint, they're higher, but two results. One result is, to be fair, 10%. Another result, the IBES, is 9.7, but the ZACs and the internal, I don't know how you say it, BR plus SV, is 8.8%. So 2 out of the 4 results are in the 8% range, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna now I'd like you to stay there for a second, but I have to adjust my question. Would you agree that if you hadn't applied the expected earnings approach to your groups, your 9.2% average would be even lower, correct?
No, I don't agree with that. And again,
okay.
I want to clarify, you mentioned my 9.2% average.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
It's not an average, as I've indicated a couple times previously. So.
Okay. It's your judgment as how you weighted these numbers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if we take a look at again, I want to go back to where we are. Would you agree, I'm just looking at the figures here, that the CAP-M and the empirical CAP-M are roughly 9.7, more than 100 basis points. I have lawyer math, but even 200 basis points above what your DCF values turned out to be. Is that a fair characterization? And if you want to adjust my basis points, please do so.
Yes, I assume you're comparing, if you were comparing, for example, the 8.7% DCF result with the 10.8% average result, or the current bond yield result for the ECAP-M, that's over 200 basis points. But again, that's why I think it's important to consider more than just the DCF approach. I think the commission has indicated in prior orders that it doesn't give primacy to any particular approach. It considers all the evidence. And I think this is a reason why that's important.
Thank you. Now, when you did the DCF results, and now I'm going to ask you to turn, and we'll stay on your rebuttal, but I have to find it again. I'm getting there. We went to this page. Mr. McKenzie, can you help me out? We already went there. Where was your summary of your ROE results?
Exhibit AMM-19.
That was it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, I'm gonna go to, I want to make sure I'm the right thing. AMM 18, which is your expected earnings approach, correct? Now,
no, sir.
You applied it to the staff proxy group, which is different from yours, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to go through these, but generally all of the, I think with all of the charts, but let me know if I'm wrong.
Sorry, you're asking questions. I apologize.
No. You could, yes, you're supposed to answer a question, but that's fine. Please go ahead with what you're saying.
Well, I was just, if you were looking for the expected earnings approach in the updated analyses, it's exhibit 28.
Okay, so I guess this would be in your direct, the equivalent of, we were just talking about, this would be your DCF results, and it was table 4 in your direct testimony, DCF results - proxy groups. And that was page 31 of your direct testimony.
Okay.
Okay, so where is the equivalent of this in your rebuttal testimony, please? Is there an equivalent table?
I believe so. It would be table 8 on page 97.
Thank you. Oh, now I'm lost. Okay. So for this table 8, it says DCF result - proxy groups, correct?
Yes.
And then it has the growth rate, and it then has 2 columns under electric for the average and midpoint, and then gas for the average and midpoint, correct?
Yes, sir.
In arriving at these DCF results, you eliminated DCF results that are, in your opinion, either too low or too high, correct?
Yes, that's correct. As I indicated in my rebuttal testimony, I adopted the same criteria that Mr. McAuliffe used for that purpose.
Okay, so now I know this is page 33 of your direct, so if you change this, fine, but I think you used low-end filter of 6.5% and a high-end filter of 13.7%. Now, has that remained the same in your rebuttal?
Well, Mr. McAuliffe adopted 6, 5, and 14, and that's what I used in the rebuttal.
Okay, so were you adopting that?
Yes.
Okay. And so if we go, and now I have to, Mr. Chairman, if you'll bear with me for 1 second, I'm sorry. If we go to AMM-20, page 3 of 3, and this is your DCF cost of equity estimates.
That's correct.
Now, all of the blue ones, 5.4, 6, 5.7%, 6.1%, everything highlighted in blue is excluded by your filter, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what about the 14.0? Is that excluded too as a high?
Yes, sir.
So now I may have got this wrong by 1, but out of 18 exclusions from the calculations, 17 are low end and 1 is high end. Correct?
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to go, and we'll stay then on the rebuttal. Can you point me to the summary of your CAPM results in the exhibits?
You're looking for the exhibits themselves for the capital asset pricing model?
Yes, thank you. It was AMM 10 and 11 in your direct.
That is AMM 24.
Okay.
And 25. No, it's just 24. I've got both groups in the same exhibit number.
So it's exhibit AMM-24, and you have 4 pages, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in your CAPM result, do you include a company size adjustment?
Yes.
Okay. And a company size adjustment makes different allowances for larger and smaller companies, respectively, correct?
Yes, it's predicated on their market value relative to the size deciles of the market.
Okay, would you agree that in determining the beta coefficient for a CAPM analysis, that a company size adjustment is already embedded in its use?
No.
Okay. In a rate case before this commission involving Potomac Edison Company, staff witness Philip Vanderheyden observed that the District of Columbia Public Service Commission found that a small size adjustment should apply only to a company in a competitive industry, and that an adjustment for a regulated utility was improper in view of the utility's monopoly as a distribution company in the utility's service territory. Now, putting aside what the DC Public Service Commission did or didn't do, inclusion. Would you please state whether you agree or disagree that a small size adjustment should apply only to a company in a competitive industry, and that an adjustment for a regulated utility is improper in view of the utility's monopoly as a distribution company in the utility service territory?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, on a basis it's a compound question. If he wants to break it up into individual questions.
Can you state whether you agree that a small size adjustment should apply only to a company in a competitive industry?
I strongly disagree with that.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, I've broken it down a second question, and then you're welcome to explain why you disagree. And the second part of that is that an adjustment for a regulated utility improper in view of the utility's monopoly as a distribution company in the utility service territory?
No, it is not improper. And the reason is that the size adjustment is part of the capital asset pricing model. Under the capital asset pricing model, the only measure of risk that is important is beta. And beta measures capture the impacts of regulation. So the presumption under that method is that once we look at beta, we are capturing relative risk. And that risk is a function of how a stock moves in relation to the market as a whole. It's not a function of whether the company is regulated, whether it's a pharmaceutical company or an automotive company or an airline. What matters is beta. And the size adjustment is necessary because the empirical research shows that beta does not account completely for risk, which is related to firm size. So that's why the size adjustment is necessary, and that's why it would be improper to exclude that adjustment in applying the CAPM to BGE.
And how is the company size determined in terms of using them in the CAPM analysis? I understand that it's the market cap, but where is large? Is it empirical or objective as to what is large and what is small in your CAPM analysis?
Well, it's empirical in the sense that it is based on the size deciles of all publicly traded stocks. So Duff and Phelps, which now is the third-party researcher and vendor of this information, they look at the entire universe of publicly traded stocks on the New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ, and what was formerly the Amex, and they divide that universe up into deciles based on size. So that is the basis upon which the size adjustments are determined. So there's various adjustments depending on how the company compares with those deciles.
So did you make a cut between the lower part of those deciles and the upper part of those deciles?
Well, I didn't make a cut. I mean, Duff and Phelps publishes size adjustments that apply to those specific deciles. So what I did is I looked at the actual market capitalization of each firm in the proxy group and made a determination as to which size decile that firm would fall in. And based on that, matched it with its appropriate size premium.
Okay, so when you determine that, would you agree that it's a matter of your professional judgment?
No, it's empirical evidence. It's an observable parameter, which is market capitalization for each firm, and that is used then to interpolate from the empirical evidence reported by Duff and Phelps. So there's none of my judgment is involved in either of those steps.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So what a large company size is and a small company size is purely objective.
Yes, that's correct. It's determined, again, it's determined based on the publicly traded companies in the market itself. It's not a subjective determination based on my professional judgment or anybody else's.
Okay. If you could turn to, thank you. If you could turn to your, I believe it's your rebuttal exhibit AMM-24, page 3 of 4.
Okay, I'm there.
There's a column and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 from going from left to right. And it's entitled Unadjusted, capital K with a little small sub E following it. Do you see where I'm going?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that the unadjusted K, capital K, is the CAP-M results, one, with the current yield, and two, without a company size adjustment, and three, without the ECAP-M adjustment? If you'd like, I'll say that again.
No, yes, that you're correct. If we're referring to page 3, that is a correct statement.
Okay. And so these numbers are the raw CAP-M results. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you report the average for this column?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I'm calculating it right now, though. It's 9.87%.
Okay. And, well, let me. Now, in the same chart in Exhibit AMM-10, the average, and if you'll take this subject to check, was 7.7%. Would you agree, subject to check?
Let me just look at that.
No,
Exhibit AMM-10?
Yes. It's page 1 of Exhibit AMM-10 in your direct.
And this is for the gas company group, sir?
If it is, I have to then get it, but if that is page 1 of the exhibit, then it would be
Okay.
yes.
Page 1 is the electric group.
Okay.
Okay, I guess I'm a little confused because I thought we were on page 3 of Exhibit AMM-24. So.
Oh, no, I'm asking that, and I'm sending you back to AMM-10. Wait, I have to make sure of that.
No, you're correct, sir.
And so, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I apologize for talking over you. I would agree, subject to check. That looks like about the right answer. I would want to qualify that just by stating that obviously there's a significant difference between the numbers that were prepared back in December and what's indicated now, given the market changes we've seen since that time. But I agree, subject to check, that number sounds right.
Okay, so in brief, can you give the 2 or 3 main or primary factors that change that average from 7.7 to, I believe you said around 9.9%. Was that right in your rebuttal?
Yeah, but I think we have apples to oranges, Mr. Alexander, because the 9.87 that I calculated was actually for the gas group. So I haven't calculated it for the electric utility group.
Okay,
so I can't tell you what that answer is. There's 32 companies, so it would take me a little while.
No, that's okay. That's okay. So let me just ask you this then. In Exhibit AMM-25, which is the empirical CAPM current bond yield for the electric group, the same question, did you report the unadjusted K with a little sub E, the average for that?
No, it's not there.
Okay. So now I'm going to leave that and go on to, I think, one last topic. In your three pre-file testimonies, that is your direct, rebuttal, and surrebuttal, you haven't changed your recommendation to the commission concerning BGE's ROE, aside from performance adder basis points, correct?
That's correct. My recommendation is the same.
Okay. Now, you've stated in your direct on page 39, but I assume it's the same because it's the methodology for your application of the CAPM. In addition to the use of current bond yields, you applied the CAPM based on the forecasted long-term Treasury bond yields developed based on projections published by Value Line, IHS Global Insight, and Blue Chip for the years 2020 to 2023. That was on 39 of your direct. If you need to go back to it to affirm it, please do.
I don't think I need to. That sounds right, sir.
Okay. Now, and again, I'm going to point to you again in your direct, and you can then confirm that. But then after the next question, you can expound. At page 14 of your direct, you said, despite the decline in bond yields during the latter part of 2019, recent forecasts continue to anticipate higher long-term rates over the near term, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your contention that the forecast for long-term Treasury bond yields over the near term is still the same as it was in your direct testimony?
No, it's not. It's gone down.
Okay. And in your work as a cost of capital expert testifying before utility public service commissions, do you keep abreast on statements by and actions taken by the United States Federal Reserve?
Yes, I certainly do.
Okay. And would you agree that in September of last month, September 2020, the Federal Reserve pledged to keep interest rates near zero until 2023?
Well, I mean, Chairman Bernanke, Chairman Powell certainly made a point of saying that expectations for rates to be low, to remain low, that's kind of the operating understanding. But I think it's important to consider what the Fed is actually forecasting. I mean, if you go to the most recent projection materials that were released at the same time they made that statement, and you look at the federal funds rate in the dot plot, you can see that the Fed Open Market Committee members are expecting that rate to go from essentially zero up to 2.5% over the next 5 to 6 years, which is their kind of longer term forecast. So I don't dispute the fact that the Fed is expecting that short-term rate will remain low in the next year or two, but I think over the longer run, even the Fed expects it's going to go up. And I think when we're looking at a return on an investment like a common stock, which is a long-term proposition, as are investments in utility assets, I think longer run forecasts are important.
You've testified before this commission on a number of occasions, correct?
Yes, I have.
And a number of them were BGE cases, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you recall any part of your testimony in any of those cases where you forecasted interest rates to go down rather than up?
Two parts to my answer. First off, they're not my forecasts, so I want to make it clear to the commission that I'm not making interest rate forecasts. I'm looking out to widely recognized economic forecasting services that investors rely on as the basis. So I just want that to be very clear. And the answer to your question is, have those forecasts shown a decline in interest rates? The answer is no, they have not. Over the intermediate term that I focus on, those forecasts have consistently indicated an expectation for interest rates to move higher.
And, well, whoops, there it is. Now, is it your testimony that the Federal Reserve's pledge to keep interest rates near zero until 2023 has no impact on the long-term Treasury bond yields over this term?
No, that's not my testimony. I think clearly the Federal Reserve, as I indicated in my rejoinder, is working hard to support the economy and financial markets by not only exercising monetary policies that have that effect, but also through Chairman Powell's pronouncements. He has a bully pulpit, as they say, to try to reassure markets. And I think that is one of the key legs of that stool, is to reassure markets that interest rates are not going higher anytime in the very near-term future. But again, other forecasts, like if you look at the survey of professional forecasters, they suggest that 10-year Treasury bond yield rates are going to triple between now and 2023. And that's a forecast that's published by the Philadelphia Fed. It's current as of this first quarter or this third quarter. So again, I'm not disputing the fact that the Fed is doing what it can to support the economy by pushing Treasury bond yields lower. But I think it doesn't have necessarily a direct corollary to costs for equity investors or a corollary to what investors expect going forward past 2023.
Okay. Would you agree that since the Great Recession, that of all these sources that you've just described, that for 10 years, roughly 29, 30, that they have all been forecasting that rates would go up, and they've been wrong every year? Almost every year.
Yeah, I haven't done any kind of study to compare the forecasts on an annual basis. But again, I certainly don't dispute the general proposition that over the time period since the Great Recession, the forecasts that I rely on, which again are pretty much the premier forecasting services in the country, have been projecting higher rates, expecting rates to increase, and they have been wrong.
Okay. And you can do this subject to check, or else you can disagree. But in the month of October, up until yesterday, the long-term daily Treasury rates have not been higher than 1.4. And they're now back down as of yesterday to 1.32. Would you accept that subject to check, or is that not is that not something you would agree to, subject to check?
No, that's consistent with my knowledge.
Okay, and I think we're rounding home now. You in your in the cross before mine, you were talking about the impact of the Federal Reserve and how it can support the money the monetary factors and bond rates. And I just have some question. I think you said it's artificially suppressing bond yields, the Fed's actions. I don't want to mischaracterize. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
I think I clarified that in my rejoinder.
Yes. Yes. Yes, you did. And so, but doesn't everything that the Federal Reserve does or doesn't do with regard to interest rate affect markets?
Sure, there's no question that and that's one of their primary responsibilities is to ensure liquidity and to ensure their long-term goals, unemployment and inflation. So they adjust monetary policies to meet those goals. But what I'm suggesting is that the amount of intervention at this point in time is absolutely unprecedented. I mean, we thought that quantitative easing during the period following the Great Recession was unprecedented, and it's doubled. So the magnitude of the influence that the Federal Reserve is having on the markets is extreme at this point.
Well, and you're saying it's double, but the impact on the markets, the quantitative easing, there were, I believe, 4 rounds. Am I wrong, or was there a 5th or 6th?
Are you speaking to the policies following the 2009 financial crisis?
Yes,
that's correct.
Okay. And even though it may be dwarfed by the current one, wouldn't you agree that the Federal Reserve has been interfering or artificially suppressing bond yields for 10 or 11 years? The past 10, 11 years.
That's generally true, although they were moving away from that. So they had a policy in place, a policy that they referred to as normalization, which indicates that the previous policy was not regarded as normal. I mean, they were in the process of reducing their balance sheet investments prior to economic weakness in 2019 and now this COVID crisis, which has obviously prompted very dramatic measures.
Hasn't the goal of the Fed Reserve changed recently in the last year or two in terms of their priorities?
Well, they've altered their stance on inflation, certainly.
And how about supporting the job creation in the economy?
Well, I mean, I think the measures that I don't think it's a fundamental change. I mean, those were the 2 pillars of their policies, was to support economic growth and employment, full employment, and to keep inflation managed to a target of around 2%. So I think those are still the goals of the Fed, although obviously they've decided that inflation a little bit above 2 is going to be okay. And they've instituted any number of additional programs to try to support increases in employment.
And I think I had just one last question. If you give me a second. If you bear with me for one more second, I'll get this out, and I think that's it. All right, so just going back for a second, the cost of equity range for the electric and gas operations was 9.2 to 10.6%. That's what we established earlier, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so my last question for you is, if the commission awarded, or however you say, I'll just say awarded, a 9.2% ROE to BGE, in your opinion, would that violate the well-established standards of the Bluefield and Hope Supreme Court cases?
Well, it would come awfully close. It's right at the bottom of my range. So, I couldn't say that would be and a completely outlandish result that would lead to catastrophe. On the other hand, as my evidence clearly makes plain, it isn't consistent with the results of my analyses. I don't believe it's consistent with other important benchmarks, including what the proxy groups are currently earning or are allowed to earn. And so, I would think it would be a very unsupportive end result to set the ROE at 9.2 at the bottom of the range.
Okay, as lawyers often do, you say one or two more questions, but then you think of one more. So I'm asking one more, and this will be it. This is it. I see you, Mr. Chairman. This is it. If the commission awarded a 9.5% ROE to BGE as a result of this proceeding, would the BGE's ability to attract capital through its bond issuances, for the credit ratings, would they be impaired? Would investors be switch their investments elsewhere just because it's a 9.5% ROE, given everything else is the same?
Yeah, I don't think it would be reasonable for me to say that a 9.5 ROE would cause financial catastrophe. I mean, I think an 8.75% ROE would. 9.5% is certainly within the range of reasonableness. But I think, again, the credit rating agencies and investors, they recognize basically the death of 1,000 cuts. I mean, if there are persistent moves that are made that undermine the financial integrity or the credit metrics of the utility, that will get investors' attention. Now, that doesn't mean to say that a downward move in the ROE or a move that's not precisely at the middle of my range is going to result in dire financial consequences. Certainly not right away, but if the trend is that direction, over time it can impair the credit standing and the credit metrics.
That was it. I promised the chairman one more. Thank you. Thank you for your patience and for your answers, Mr. McKenzie. I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, I am now finished my cross-examination. Thank you for your patience too, and to the other commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. You are a man of your word. At this point, let's take a 10-minute break. Mr. McKenzie, please don't speak with your counsel. When we return, we'll have cross-examination by OPC. So we will return at 3:32 p.m.
Mr. Chairman, before we leave, I can just tell you I actually do not have any cross for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to let you know we have Miss O'Neill ready to go, and we have Mr. Manuel as well if needed.
Okay, we might get to Miss O'Neill, probably not Mr. Manuel, but thank you for the accommodation. We're in recess till 3:32.
How did it go?
All right, before we go back on the record, in terms of the remainder of the day, what we'll do is complete the examination of witness McKenzie. Then we will move to witness O'Neill, and we'll likely conclude the day with witness O'Neill. I understand that staff counsel has no cross-examination of the witness. At this point, we'll go back on the record. Madam Court Reporter? Do any other parties seek to cross-examine Mr. McKenzie? Hearing none, we'll turn to questions from the commissioners, beginning with Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Should we wait? Should we let should we do redirect if there is any?
I am sorry, yes. Redirect by Mr.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any redirect for this witness either, so we're in good shape.
Thank you, Mr. Herson. You make my job easy. Commissioner Herman.
Thank you. Just giving you a shot, Mr. Herson. So good afternoon, Mr. McKenzie. Thank you for being here. Mr. McKenzie, I just wanted to, talk a little bit more in big picture. Questions. So you talked a little, when you talked to Mr. Alexander, you said you referred to 1,000 cuts. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that decoupling is a supportive measure?
Absolutely. Yes, it is.
Okay. And is a multi-year rate plan a supportive measure?
Yes, certainly.
Okay. And is COVID rate? I'm sorry?
With respect to the multi-year rate plan, I mean, I think it in general, it's supportive, and obviously it's designed to achieve goals for stakeholders on both sides of the table. There's also other considerations involved in terms of a step.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to know if it was considered supportive by the, ratings, folks, right?
In general, but again, until they actually see how it operates, I think there is still some risk involved.
Okay. And is a COVID regulatory asset, is that something that would be considered supportive?
Yes.
Okay. So right now, at least in Maryland, we're not looking at 1,000 cuts, are we?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I'm looking at your testimony, your rebuttal testimony on page 17. I think it's your rebuttal. Yes, your rebuttal testimony on page 17.
Okay.
Okay, and starting on line 5, you say the higher return required to compensate for risk. And this is all associated with COVID-19, right? I mean, with the economic downturn, is it not? Isn't that's what this section's about, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying that you need a higher return to compensate for risk, and that you need an even greater premium to shift from the safety of bonds to the higher risk of utility equity. You say that down on 12 through 13, right?
Yes.
Right. I guess I'm trying to, I get that as a general concept, but we're talking about Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, who is telling us on the other side of the equation that there is no risk of economic downturn. All of their commercial and large residential development is ongoing, and we don't need to think about cutting anything back. That growth is going to be coming. We don't need to cut anything back. And their presentations to investors, which is OPC Exhibit 20, I don't think you need to look at it, is showing a 7.3% increase for Exelon in capital. So how do we justify this? Your suggestion that we need to have a higher return with BGE's suggestion that there is no risk, that we don't need to slow things down or do anything to account for the economic downturn?
Well, I mean, I think there's a couple of answers. First off, I think in general there is an expectation that the economy will recover from COVID. But I think what's happened, at least since last March, is an understanding, at least on the part of equity investors, that the volatility in the markets has increased dramatically. I mean, if you look at the VIX, if you look at utility betas, all of those suggest that holders of common stock face much greater risk as a result of the uncertainty. So, I mean, I don't think there's any question that utilities are going to continue to make the capital investments that are required to meet goals like integrating renewables or doing all those kind of things, hardening the system, improving reliability and safety. Those investments will continue to be made, and I think over the longer run, the economy will recover. But in the meantime, investors are still facing the prospect of more volatility and potential losses in the market. And I think that's definitely a consideration in their minds when they buy utility stocks.
Okay, moving on to a different issue. Are you aware of any other utility that has what I'm going to call a excellence adder when it's not associated with a performance incentive?
I'm aware of a couple of instances where those types of adders have been approved. I mean, there was one case in Alaska. I believe there was a case in Florida where they actually approved. NSTAR in Alaska was awarded an ROE adder at one point for historical performance as opposed to some sort of benchmarking going forward. And I believe the same was true in Florida. But, I think in my mind, at least kind of from the economic principle point of view, there is a relationship between an ROE adder and performance adders. So there's a number of states that have implemented performance adders for various targets, whether it's implementation of renewables or generating performance, those types of issues. But in some cases within the context of an MRP, allowing an earnings sharing band. Generally, there's a recognition of the economic incentive to improve and reward performance, just like in some cases, utility regulatory commissions have cut ROEs as an acknowledgement of inferior performance.
Do you know when those the two that you mentioned, one in Alaska and one in Florida, do you know when that happened?
The Alaska was back in the 1990s,
mm-hmm.
And it was the early 90s, if I'm not mistaken. And the Florida, I think, would have kind of been in the late 90s. It was a recent event.
Okay, thank you. Do you happen to have Mr. McAuliffe's direct testimony at your side there?
I do have it.
If you could turn to page 40 and 41.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, there's the chart 8 or table 8 and table 9. You see those?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any do you agree with the numbers that are in table 8 and table 9?
Yes, I don't dispute his sources.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. McKenzie. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McKenzie, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I wanted to ask you about the performance adder. I'm not sure I understand it, to be honest. Are you aware that we have another proceeding going on regarding performance incentive mechanisms development for multi-year rate plans?
I'm generally aware of it, yes. I don't know anything specifically about it.
With this performance adder, and we can't talk about the specifics of it, but other than unless we talk about orders we've issued, but this performance adder in this case, in this proceeding, is distinguishable from the other performance incentive mechanisms we're considering for multi-year rate plans in what regard?
Well, I think there's certainly some overlap, but I think the primary consideration is should a firm be rewarded for exemplary performance? And I think, as I've indicated in my testimony, that's consistent with the regulatory paradigm, which says we're trying to mimic competition. And in competitive markets, firms that do good earn an increment of return higher than firms that don't do so well. And so I think there's certainly an economic basis for some sort of recognition of BGE's past performance in the ROE. Now, as to how that ultimately gets reflected in some sort of a sharing mechanism or a band around the ROE in some future proceeding, that's a little hard for me to tackle because we don't really know what we're looking at yet.
I appreciate that. I'm trying to distinguish the two processes we have going on, the other proceeding and this rate case. And to me, it feels like, I don't mean this pejoratively, but it feels like we're just kind of dumping on a performance adder here, and we're developing performance adders over here that will help implement state policy. And I really, one feels like just dumping on a little bit of whipped topping on the sundae, and the other ones are substantive. I'm having a hard time distinguishing the two.
Well, and I think there's definitely some overlap between the two in terms of, they're both trying to incent behavior, which is reward good performance. I think that's, when we talk about earnings sharing, I think that's the ultimate goal, is the idea that customers and shareholders both benefit through higher performance, and the economic system we live in rewards that type of performance to incent that behavior. Obviously, the utility does everything it's supposed to do to meet its obligations, but again, that type of economic incentive is part of the competitive market paradigm. And I think the adder that we're talking about here is just a recognition of that same concept. We don't have a way to implement that currently, other than to suggest that perhaps the commission awards some increment over the bare bones cost of equity to recognize what PG&E has achieved as supported by the company witness's testimony.
Yeah, well, comment on this, because I think this is what really is troubling me about this performance adder. Do you think it has the potential to provide a precedential action of the commission when we go to consider the substantive performance adders we're going to be ultimately taking up, or in the process of taking up now? Like, will I hear 3 years from now, or 2 years from now, or a year from now, well, you approved a 20 basis point adder in the rate case, and somehow have that have a bearing on the performance incentive mechanisms that are more specifically defined?
Yeah, I'm not an attorney, so I won't speak to legal precedent, but in my view, obviously the commission has extremely broad discretion when it comes to ROE in terms of how it implements its policies and considers the evidence. So I don't think that if the commission were to approve a basis point adder to a bare bones ROE in this proceeding, that would in any way imply that that is forever going to be expected or warranted in future proceedings. I think each proceeding has to be considered on its own merits.
I would agree with you on that. Just the naming of this as a performance adder when we're considering, we have a detailed proceeding on performance incentive mechanisms, seems, well, it's tough to wrestle with for me, for this commissioner. I'll just end it there. Let me ask you one more question. In your analyses, which are very detailed, of course, and we've listened, had the opportunity to listen to your thinking on several cases now. I'm I don't think I ever asked you this, but I'll ask it now. Do you factor in the rate making principle of gradualism at all in your recommendation?
Not explicitly. I mean, I think that principle of gradualism is customarily applied in the context of thinking about rate design when we're trying to perhaps move certain classes of customers towards cost, and we don't want to cause rate shock by doing it in a one fell swoop. I think there are instances when regulators also consider the implications of perhaps a downward or an extreme upward move in the ROE based on market circumstances and what that may mean for investors or utility customers. So the concept is not foreign. I think if you look at the trajectory of allowed returns, they're generally fairly stable. And I think that's important. I mean, I think the commission, this commission has certainly not made dramatic moves in the ROE. And I think, again, that's an important consideration in supporting the utility's ability to attract capital. It wasn't a direct input into my analysis. The purpose of my analysis was to apply the methods the way I think they should be applied and to give that information to the commission. So I haven't made any adjustment to my results to factor in a concept like gradualism.
So you haven't, your recommendation of 9.9 with a 20 basis point adder doesn't take into consideration gradualism at all in your judgmental setting of that number?
No, it does not.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And I'm well aware of how the commission applies the concept and where it applies the concept of gradualism over quite a few rate cases now. So, but thank you for your answers. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. McKenzie, if I could just ask you one question. Is the manner in which we determine an ROE in this multi-year rate case fundamentally different than the way that we've determined an ROE in a traditional rate case? And you may have addressed this in your testimony, but if you could enlighten me.
Well, I think we're all stuck with the same methods. So there's not sort of a fundamental methodological difference, but I think there certainly are considerations with respect to determining an ROE in this particular setting that warrant attention. And I think that's the stay out provision. I mean, this basically will lock in an ROE, which the utility is going to have to live with for the duration of this multi-year rate plan. So that in and of itself, I think offers a little bit more risk than in a normal rate case setting. We've talked a little bit earlier about bond yield projections and where the market's going. And clearly there's a great deal of uncertainty right now, to put it lightly. And we are at an unprecedented moment, but I think the potential for uncertainty is extremely high, and yet the flexibility for the company to come back in a year and say, we've had this huge shift in financial markets, and we would like to address that through a filing is limited. So in that sense, I think it definitely should be considered when trying to sift through the evidence in this case and come up with an ROE that's going to be in place for a number of years and hopefully support not only the utility's financial integrity, but also the ultimate success of the rate program.
Thank you. Do other commissioners have questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good afternoon, Mr. McKenzie. Just a couple questions for you today. I was looking at pages 10 through 12 of your direct testimony, and then on page 3 of your rebuttal, when you respond to Mr. McAulife's comments regarding the impact that a multi-rate plan should have on the company's ROE. I wanted to focus a little bit more on not necessarily the multi-year plan concept, but the concept of this operating and the commission proceeding within the context of this case as a pilot program or as a learning opportunity. Help me to understand a little bit what types of lessons learned you think the commission would have or would see in a couple of years from now if we select or end up choosing an ROE that is on a higher range of your proposal as opposed to on the lower range, and of course vice versa.
Well, first off, I mean, again, I think there is an element of uncertainty associated with any type of change in the regulatory paradigm. Certainly, multi-year rate plans are not, they're not new. They've been applied in other jurisdictions. And in some respects, they're not entirely different than other regulatory mechanisms that are used to hopefully better match a utility's revenues with its costs. So that's an aspect that I bring up in my testimony in terms of comparing BGE with other companies and why I don't think a downward adjustment to the ROE is warranted. In terms of the learning, I mean, you know, I think at least from an investor standpoint, what really matters is kind of what happens down the road. And I think the commission and investors will both have an opportunity to learn from this process. But you know, I think there's certainly issues with respect to any kind of mid-cycle adjustments and what that means for the utility, and is that an even-handed process? How the informational requirements impact the utility, the impact of the overall process on BG&E's planning, and you know, I think Mr. Case addressed many of these in much more detail than I would, because that's not really my area of expertise. But I think just in terms of the ROE per se, you know, I think given that this is a pilot and given that there's more uncertainty about how it's going to work, it's not the time to be pushing the ROE lower. I think if anything, it should be held stable or increased given the risk in the markets as a way of supporting the overall success of the program. Certainly down the road, there'll be a time to reevaluate that, but I think at this juncture, that would be the prudent course.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. Good afternoon. Just a quick question. Is there anything we could be, you know, given that Exelon is the sole shareholder for BGE, is there anything we should be taking from these stories about Exelon considering divesting itself of other businesses? Some of the indications from these stories are that investors prefer the pure play companies and that they value companies that have these portfolios of regulated utilities. So, you know, it almost would seem to me, and, you know, given some of the overnight, you know, valuations of the company Exelon stock on the news, and just some of the quotes in the story about, you know, the possibility of Exelon stock shooting through the roof if they were to divest of these generating assets. I mean, is that an indication that investors are eager to invest in Exelon because of its portfolio and would value the company even higher? So that information given, you know, is the current or even a lower ROE going to be very acceptable to these investors?
Well, I think that's one of the reasons why it's very important in estimating the ROE to focus on a proxy group. So what we're really trying to do is to capture as best we can the risks that are associated with the utility industry with a comparable risk proxy group, and not focusing on a single company like BG&E's parent Exelon. I think that first, we don't know ultimately what will happen in that case. There hasn't been, to my understanding, any definitive moves made on the part of Exelon. But I think more broadly, it's a better course to focus on an industry group as a whole as a way to figure out the implications of risks and returns for investors.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do any parties have questions based on the commissioner's questions?
No questions.
Hearing none, the witness is excused. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
If Ms. O'Neill is ready, the company should call their next witness.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Am I visible and audible?
You are audible. There you are, yes.
Okay, great. Your Honor, the company calls April O'Neill to the stand.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Please turn your microphone on, raise your right hand, and wait for instructions by the court reporter.
Okay. Okay. Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you. Please state your full name, business address, and position for the record.
My name is O'Neill. I'm a principal rate analyst, and my business address is 110 West Fayette Street, Baltimore, Maryland.
And what is your role in this proceeding?
I have sponsored the electric cost of service study and filed testimony related to it.
Do you have before you a document entitled The Prepared Direct Testimony of April O'Neill, dated May 15th, 2020, consisting of 27 pages and 5 exhibits, that has been previously marked as Company Exhibit 23 for identification purposes?
Yes.
Do you have before you a document entitled The Prepared Rebuttal Testimony of April O'Neill, dated September 11th, 2020, consisting of 21 pages, that has been previously marked as Company Exhibit 24 for identification purposes? Sorry, did you say yes? You blanked out for a second.
Yes.
Okay, great. Do you have before you a document entitled The Prepared Surrebuttal Testimony of April O'Neill, dated October 7th, 2020, consisting of 9 pages, that has been previously marked as Company Exhibit 25 for identification purposes?
Yes.
Were the documents identified as Company Exhibits 23, 24, and 25 prepared by you or under your supervision and direction?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections that must be made to any of these documents?
No.
Now, if I were to ask you the same questions in each of these documents today under oath, would your answers be the same as written?
Yes.
And at this time, I ask that Company Exhibits 23, 24, and 25 be entered into evidence.
Hearing no objections, BGE 23, 24, and 25 are moved into evidence.
Thank you. The witness is now available for examination.
Thank you, and Ms. O'Neill, we appreciate your flexibility in moving up on the schedule today. We'll begin the cross-examination by Maryland Office of People's Counsel.
Office of People's Counsel has no questions for Ms. O'Neill.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. We'll move to counsel for PSC staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. O'Neill.
Good afternoon.
Ms. O'Neill, I'd like to ask you a little bit about your surrebuttal as a starter. In your surrebuttal on page 5, you give an example that has to do with the use of trucks. You say many of the heavy trucks included in account 392 are bucket trucks that are used to transport the company's employees to locations where they can perform their job duties, which are primarily labor intensive. Do you agree I quoted you correctly, correct?
Yes.
Now, does BGE purchase bucket trucks to provide transportation for employees?
It purchases bucket trucks for many reasons. One of them would be to transport employees to a location to do their job.
Okay, so then I think probably you're analogizing automobiles and bucket trucks. Is that fair?
Yes, automobiles, bucket trucks, vans.
Okay. Now, and that's because in your view, they can perform similar tasks, correct?
Correct.
Would it be a common business practice to purchase a bucket truck to perform tasks that cannot be performed with an automobile?
Yes, as I stated, bucket trucks have many purposes within our business.
And so does that mean it would be a common business practice to use an automobile to do work once an employee arrives at a job?
Again, the vehicles are being purchased to allow employees to complete their day-to-day job responsibilities, whether it's going to a work site, whether it's going to a job, things of that nature.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to ask you a little bit about an account that's entitled Administrative and General Accounts. It's my understanding that this account, that's a name for an account, but it actually includes, we count nine different accounts. Am I correct?
I would need to look. Typically, we reference FERC accounts, but if you're talking administrative and general accounts globally, there are a group of a subset of accounts that would fall under that. Yes.
Yes. So I'm talking about the category that includes FERC accounts 920, 921, 922, 923, 924, 925, 926, 928, and 930.
Okay.
I believe that what is assigned to that, the value of what is assigned to that account is 163 million. Does that sound familiar to you?
Again, I would need to reference the cost of service study in order to look at the actual balances. I don't know that off the top of my head.
If your testimony were to say the value was 163 million, would that be a large account?
Again, I think you've listed several accounts, so I would need to determine the balances within each of those accounts that make up the $100 million that you're referencing.
Well, would you accept, subject to check, that your testimony says that those accounts are considered administrative and general, and that their value in the cost of service account is 163 million?
Subject to check, yes.
And you're familiar with cost of service accounts generally, correct?
Yes.
And is 163 million a large amount of money to have in one particular category?
No, not really, because if you're talking about plant accounts, they have balances much larger than what you're referencing.
Okay. Now, account 923 is outside services. You're familiar with that account?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Can you describe what outside services are and how they are allocated to account 923?
Sure. Outside services typically contains fees for professional consultants or general services that aren't applicable to a specific operating function or that aren't defined under the other set of FERC account descriptions.
So in that account, do you itemize those services?
I do.
Are they itemized?
We could look at the general ledger and determine additional details. I think that was one of the data requests.
So do you, are there amounts in there that is work that has been done by, was done by BGE in the past and is now done by Exelon?
Could you give an example?
No, I can't, but
I'm not sure what you mean by done by BGE and now done by Exelon.
If I were to go to account 923, outside services, would I see that money was owed to Exelon for some of those things that are credited to account 923?
Again, I would need to look at the details of the account. Most of these are professional consulting fees or general services.
So if I were to find Exelon in there, would they be considered a consultant or would they be considered your other category?
It would be under consulting.
So would you accept, subject to check, that $81 million in expenses are assigned to account 923 in your study?
Yes, subject to check.
And would you accept, subject to check, that that is half of all administrative and general account expenses?
Yes, based off of you telling me that all of A&G was about 160 million, then 80 million would be half.
We're having a problem with the audio. Again, we'll need one of you on mute at all times. Cannot hear the question or response. So when you're speaking, have the microphone on, but have it turned off when you're not. And that applies to both Ms. Garofalo and Ms. O'Neill. Thank you.
Do you have,
Garofalo, you were there.
that's mute. That's mute.
No, that's live.
That's live. Okay. They both one there. Okay. One, this says mute. Okay. So do you have a copy of your surrebuttal of Mr. Hoppeck's surrebuttal testimony with you by any chance?
Yes, I can get that. Okay.
Could you turn to Mr. Hoppeck's Appendix 1, DR 9-12?
Okay, I have that in front of me.
Do you see line item 1TBBPP01, which is titled BGE Bill and Payment Processing?
Yes, for $5 million.
Yes, correct. That was, thank you. And do you see line item ITBCC01, which is entitled BGE Customer Case Center? I think maybe that's Care Center.
Yes.
And what is the value of that amount?
That shows $3 million.
Okay. Now, how does BGE allocate internal customer care and bill and payment processing These are in account 903.
Subject to check, it would be a customer allocator, but I don't know the specifics.
Thank you. If BGE performed the customer care and billing and payment processing in account 923 internally, would these costs be assigned to account 923?
To my knowledge, yes.
Thank you. Now, witness Hoppick proposed to calculate average demand and throughput allocators on a per customer basis and then multiply these averages by the average number of customers in the historic test year. Do you agree with that characterization of his testimony?
I do remember that from his testimony, yes.
Thank you. Do you support this method of determining averages on a per customer basis?
I think it's a reasonable approach, but I would stand by what I have recommended in my cost of service study, which is not using it on a customer basis.
Okay, which is somewhat different, but we could see that if we looked at your testimony.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. We have an issue. Sure.
We just lost our electricity, but now you guys are back.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Right. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay.
we could hear you.
All the lights went out. Everything just went. But now you're back, so that's good.
Okay.
Did you get the questions, Linda?
Yeah, I don't think I missed anything because I started going like that.
All right.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Ruffalo. Do other parties wish to examine Ms. O'Neill? Ms. Ravenel, do you have any redirect for your witness?
I do not.
Do you commissioners have questions for Ms. O'Neill?
One question, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner.
Ms. O'Neill, how do you envision the cost of service study will be altered by the events of 2020 regarding COVID-19?
There would not be any change in the way that we prepare the cost of service study. If there are new regulatory assets that are on the books and when we go to do the cost of service study, we would need to look to create or assign a new allocator to those regulatory assets.
Yeah, earlier today we heard testimony that there was a dramatic shift between the commercial, industrial, and the residential, one going down, one going up, which obviously will affect the allocator between the classes and the cost of service study. And that's really what I was trying to get to. How dramatic will the adjustment to account for COVID-19 be when we get it cooked in?
Well, I am proposing to use a 5-year average of the NCP and non-coincident peak and coincident peak allocators. So there would still be smoothing if the commission accepts my cost of service study. So any decreases or increases in the coincident or non-coincident peaks would be smoothed out, so it would not have volatile results from year to year.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just hopefully this won't be a long, just one question, but I'm interested on page 23 of your testimony, the customer charge components. Can you just help me understand what the major drivers are for these each category?
Is that my direct testimony that you're referring to?
Yeah, I believe so. Let me make sure that's correct. Yeah. And I'm just talking about the table 4 customer charge components chart.
Yes. So there are multiple components that make up the charges that you're seeing, or in aggregate. The major categories would be services, meters, and then the remainder.
So the meter is a big driver?
Yes. That's the large driver along with services, which is the actual.
Would that be like 50? I apologize for just interrupting, but so when I'm looking at the Schedule R meter as compared to Schedule G, one is 6096, the other is 2857. It's the meter? Do they have different types of meters, or?
So if you go to company exhibit AMO3, there's actually a breakdown of the components by cost.
Oh, okay.
So you can see that, yes, meters are driving the primary cost between schedules R and schedule T, and they do use different types of meters.
Oh, very good. Well, my apologies. I missed AMO 3, so I will take a look at that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No other questions.
Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. O'Neill.
Good afternoon.
So, Ms. O'Neill, I was going to ask some questions about AMO3, so we're there. So let's hang out there for a little bit. What's the difference? What is customer services?
So customer services is the actual connection to the distribution system from the meter to the transformer.
The service line.
The service line, yes.
Okay. See, I was getting confused between that and customer service and information. So,
okay.
That's obviously got the same word. So I was a little confused there. All right. So, on residential, we have meter reading. I'm a little surprised to see 21 cents for meter reading. Help me understand that, 21 cents.
Sure. So not all of the residential customers have AMI meters where we receive the information electronically. So we still have to go out for a certain subset of customers and read their meters manually.
But isn't that offset by the charges that they pay? They have to pay for their meter reading. Is there an accompanying offset for that?
There is. That would be they have an opt-out fee that they're charged, right, which would be reflected in the revenues for the same class.
Right. So this is the cost, but then it would come out. It would be offset by the revenue.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Good. Thank you. So the residential customer service is, you have it listed down as just about $17. And I know that OPC witness Mirswa, and I haven't heard anybody else say it yet, so I hope I said that correctly, that he disputes that. Is there anybody else who disputes that approximately $17 is the cost component for how much it costs to, for the direct cost to charge a customer?
No,
that was a little crazy.
OPC witness Mirza was the only one that disputed the calculation of the charge. He only looked at direct cost in his calculation, where our cost of service study looks at direct and indirect costs.
Right. And in your view, are these all fixed costs of providing service to the customer?
The direct cost would vary based on the number of customers, and then the indirect costs are primarily fixed and don't fluctuate with usage or demand.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate your being available. Thank you.
Do any of the parties have any follow-up based on the commissioner's questioning? Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. You are excused.
Thank you.
We'll conclude momentarily for the day. In terms of tomorrow, we'll get started tomorrow morning with, we have 3 remaining witnesses for BGE. The company could call those witnesses in whichever order they prefer. We, again, appreciate the flexibility this afternoon. Before we conclude, do any of the parties have any matters to discuss? Hearing none, we are in recess until tomorrow, October 15th at 10 a.m. Have a good evening.